Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to this meeting of the California Coastal Commission. While we're waiting for our chair to arrive, she's walking in right now. We can start with the preliminaries. She's coming right up, so we will.
All right. I will start with the roll call, if that's okay. So
That would be great.
going.
Thanks, Chris.
Commissioner O'Malley.
Present.
O'Malley here. Commissioner Eckerly.
Here.
Commissioner Escalante. Commissioner Escalante. Escalante here. Commissioner Hart.
Here.
Commissioner Jackson.
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Is Commissioner Kunkel online today? I'm not sure.
Yes. Here.
Commissioner Kunkel. Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez.
Here.
Commissioner Lowenberg. Here. Commissioner Nodoff.
Here.
Commissioner Preciado.
Here.
Commissioner Williams. I see you. Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
Chair Harmon.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Great. Thank you very much. Can we please have the virtual meeting procedures?
Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have internet access and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person through the Zoom platform or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the Commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a regular agenda item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have internet access, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with the telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute your phone. Madam Chair, that concludes virtual hearing procedures.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. Can we have the agenda changes, please, Mr. Teufel?
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. We have 9 changes to the agenda noted on the agenda changes memo posted to the online agenda as follows. First, item 10A has been moved to consent for an LCP amendment time extension for Humboldt County. Next, item 10B has also been moved to consent, an LCP amendment for Humboldt County. Next, item 11A has been moved to consent for a CDP application in the city of Arcata. Next, item 11B has been postponed for a CDP application in Humboldt County. Next, item 13A has been moved to consent for a San Mateo County LCP amendment. Next, item 13B has been moved to consent for an LCP amendment time extension for the city of Pacifica. Next, item 16A has been moved to consent for an LCP amendment time extension for Santa Cruz County. Next, item 16B has been moved to consent for an LCP amendment for San Luis Obispo County. And finally, item 16C has been moved to consent for an LCP amendment for the city of Santa Cruz. That concludes the changes to today's agenda, and that brings us to item 4, general public comment. With that, I'll turn the mic back over to you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you very much. And before we move to public comment, just for everyone's planning purposes, I want to let you all know that we will be breaking at 11 today to go into closed session. That's our plan. So if we could all keep that in mind. Thank you. All right. Public comment. Thank you very much.
For members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comment at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload, and this may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I'll call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and introduce yourself when you approach to speak. There is a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now on Zoom. When it is your time to speak, we'll invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. So for today's general public comments, it looks like we have 32 speakers. We'll start in the room. Mitch Silverstein, followed by Maggie Hall, Molly Troop, Brady Bradshaw, David Derrick. Mitch.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Mitch Silverstein with Surfrider Foundation. I do have a video.
Yes.
It's the video that I tried to play yesterday. And it's 2 minutes and 40-something seconds. I leave it to your discretion whether to cut it off or not. Thank you.
Giving AGP a moment to bring it up.
Sure.
I mean, this was really a disaster zone for so many years with chain link fence and concrete and asphalt falling onto the beach. In 1989, the city and the fairgrounds built a parking lot right on the edge of the beach. There was a lot of community opposition at the time, but the project was constructed, and sure enough, within a couple of years, it was damaged by large waves and beach erosion. The problem is when we build on the beach, we interrupt the natural processes. And the beach has to be able to adapt to the winter waves and the summer waves and the different swells, and the beach is constantly changing. So being able to get out of the way to move everything back and allow those processes to happen naturally is what we call a nature-based solution. The project that has been implemented out here was really developed by Surfrider. We were able to get over 100 people show up to a public meeting in order to get this project accepted and move forward. You know, it still took a really long time to get the funding and get the final designs and plans and everything together. But in 2011, the first phase of the project was constructed. Now, we only had half the money, so only half the project was built. So what we're working on today is getting the funding for the second phase of the project, which would remove the remainder of the parking lot and restore the beach down in that section. Yeah, so this entire parking lot here will be moved back where the road is today. So you can imagine this will all be dunes and cobble, just like it is up in the first phase of the project. If you just came out here for the first time, you would think that this is a natural beach. You would have no idea the amount of work and time and energy that went into making this project happen. We were able to organize various work days over the years, initially to plant and to spread seed out here on the dunes, but then to come in and maintain these plants and make sure that the non-native invasive plants were removed and to create space for those native plants. Yeah, I think that with any process that involves so many different agencies, you always need champions. We had real champions in pretty much every agency that was involved, and it's that makes these projects happen. It's really gratifying to me to see the success of this project that we have here, to see these dunes be so resilient, see the beach come and go the way that it's supposed to, and to see people coming out and enjoying it.
Thank you. And this was 2 years old, so phase 2 is currently underway and almost complete. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, and I hope you didn't have to stay an extra night just to play that. But next is Maggie Hall, Molly Troop, Brady Bradshaw, David Derrick. Maggie Hall.
Good morning, and I do believe we have a PowerPoint presentation
Would this be submitted by Molly Troop?
by Brady Bradshaw.
Right, Bradshaw. Okay, under the name Bradshaw, if our team can bring that up. All right, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good morning. I'm Maggie Hall, Deputy Chief Counsel at the Environmental Defense Center, and I'm joined by Molly Troop at Santa Barbara Channel Keeper and Brady Bradshaw from the Center for Biological Diversity. We would like to collectively draw the Commission's attention to a recent proposal by the oil company Decor to conduct hydraulic fracturing treatments from Platform Gilda in federal waters off the Ventura coastline. And we urge the Commission to assert its full authority over that proposal under the Coastal Zone Management Act. Next slide, please. The proposal is in the form of an updated development and production plan that was submitted to by Decor to BOEM and determined to be complete on February 24th, 2026. The updated DPP proposes to conduct fracking at 16 wells with up to 38 treatments to occur over a 5-year period. Specifically, the company would use a combination of hydraulic fracturing and gravel packing called frac pack treatments. The proposal follows years of litigation over the use of these unconventional practices in this region, which our organization, along with the Coastal Commission, brought against the federal government. We originally learned that fracking and acidizing were occurring in waters offshore California only through Freedom of Information Act requests. Next slide, please. Essentially, the federal government had been rubber stamping fracking permits without conducting any environmental review or seeking any input from the public or other agencies like the Coastal Commission. As relevant here, they entirely failed to adhere to the consistency review process required by the Coastal Zone Management Act. These lawsuits resulted in a federal court injunction that is still in place today, first issued in 2018 and expanded in 2023. And that injunction prohibits BOEM from approving well stimulation treatments until it completes the CZMA process, an environmental impact statement under the National Environmental Policy Act, and consultation under the Endangered Species Act. May I briefly conclude? So this is the first time since that injunction went into place that we've seen proposals for fracking, and the court's injunction upholds the Commission's authority to conduct consistency review, and we urge the Commission to fully assert that right here and bring the many protections of the Coastal Management Program into play. I'll hand it over to Molly. Thank you.
Good morning. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the Santa Barbara Channel is internationally recognized as an incredibly diverse and biologically sensitive ecosystem due to it being a transition zone between the cool northern California current and the warm southern California countercurrent. The biological productivity that results supports unparalleled species diversity and density, including 25 threatened and endangered species that are present around the platforms, including Gilda. These species include bluefin and humpback whales, sea otters, sea turtles, and several rare birds. While all oil and gas drilling is controversial due to the many inherent risks of the industry that poses to the environment, human health, and climate, well stimulation treatments add increased risks and impacts. Hydraulic fracturing is a well stimulation method used to increase oil and gas production from impermeable rock formations. To do this, large quantities of water, sand, and chemicals are blasted down a well at extreme high pressures. In Decor's updated DPP, they're proposing a frac packing stimulation method, which combines hydraulic fracturing and gravel packing, a technique used in formations that produce loose sand that need to be prevented from flowing into the wellbore. One significant aspect of the increased risk is due to the use of highly toxic chemicals that are used to create the fracturing fluid. Chemicals used in this process are not often disclosed due to being labeled as confidential business information. However, the chemicals used in fracking that have been identified are acutely toxic to marine mammals and species. In one study of the fracking events between 2011 and 13, 10 of the fracking chemicals routinely used during these events were found to be able to kill and harm a broad variety of marine species, including sea otters, fish, and benthic invertebrates. Additionally, the chemicals used pose threats to the environment at every stage of production, from transportation to the platforms at high pressures and disposal. Chemicals used in fracking can enter the water several ways: through leaks and spills, platforms and pipelines, and through discharges.
Thank you.
Hello. Next slide, please. So most of California's offshore oil and gas infrastructure was built in the 1960s and has been sitting in the ocean for over 50 years, while its intended lifespan was only 20 to 30 years. The original DPP for Platform Gilda indicated a 30-year lifespan for a 1980s platform. And so after 20 years of use, the annual probability of an offshore oil pipeline failure steadily increases from 10 to 100%. We've seen terrible disasters already as a result of corrosion. Fracking would only extend the life of these platforms that should be decommissioned. Fracking both extends the life and increases the risks associated in this way. And so, we just have to be aware that proposals like this sometimes exist just to keep the infrastructure up and running. Extending the life of these platforms leads to more climate and health impacts generally, but more specifically methane extraction and combustion, which is a climate superpollutant 80 times more powerful than CO2 over a 20-year period. Next slide, please. The fracking process also produces large quantities of produced wastewater or flowback, which has been made toxic by fracking and either needs to be disposed of or stored in underwater wastewater injection wells. The center produced a report in 2014 called On Shaky Ground that reviews a large body of documented evidence that these wells can produce large earthquakes, including damaging earthquakes of magnitudes 4 to 5. Many of the wells onshore and offshore California are near pre-existing faults, and alarmingly, this seismic activity may in turn increase the likelihood of damaging the oil and gas wells nearby, potentially resulting in future oil spills and methane leaks. So just to reiterate, we hope that the Commission will use its full authority under the Coastal Zone Management Act on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. David Derrick? Okay. Next we'll continue with Brad Lyons, Addison Olson, Mike Moss, Shai Daniels.
Are we on here? All right. Hi again. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Brad Lyons. I'm the head coach of the Ventura College women's beach volleyball team behind me. I am speaking today because our issue is not currently on the agenda, but respectfully ask that the commission consider reviewing it at a future meeting. At the commission hearing in Half Moon Bay last May, this commission asked the Ventura Harbor District and the coastal staff to work together to find a compromise that could protect coastal resources while preserving this long-standing community recreation program, the beach volleyball courts in Ventura Harbor. I served on the committee that followed that request. We spent months evaluating potential relocation sites, not only within the harbor but throughout the county, volunteering many hours to find a reasonable solution for Ventura College and the community. Our committee ultimately concluded that the current location remained the only suitable site. However, when those findings were brought forward, the Harbor District was left with essentially one option: move a small number of courts in order to secure a sand management permit that is critical for maintaining safe harbor and beach conditions. While our committee worked diligently to follow the Commission's request for a collaborative compromise, the outcome we were ultimately presented with does not appear to reflect the balanced solution this Commission envisioned. The solution is particularly difficult because the Harbor District has stated that before the courts were installed, they consulted the Coastal Commission staff and were told that a permit was not required. Acting in good faith, they proceeded based on that guidance. Now more than a decade later, those courts are being treated as unpermitted development. Regardless of how records were kept at the time, the harbor relied on regulatory guidance and built a public facility that has served thousands of residents. It is also important to remember that the dunes in the area were originally constructed by the Port District and the Army Corps of Engineers in the 80s as infrastructure to prevent blowing sand from Spinnaker. I respectfully ask that the Commission to consider placing this issue on a future agenda so a balanced discussion can take place that considers both coastal protection and long-standing community recreation. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Addison Olson, Mike Moss, Shai Daniels.
Good morning. My name is Addison Olson. I have had the pleasure this year to be a captain of my beach volleyball team at Ventura College. I'm here today to explain to each of you why the beach volleyball courts at Ventura Harbor are necessary for women's improvement in the game of beach volleyball. I had the privilege of playing D1 volleyball indoor at CSUB my freshman year, then realized that I had no opportunity to grow. That's when I made the decision to come to Ventura. I have loved moving by the beach, playing beach volleyball with my teammates who have become my close friends and some of my roommates. I know that each of you have had moments in your life where your college friends and teammates and roommates are now your lifelong friends. I hope that whenever I'm older, I can still come back to the harbor courts and play beach volleyball with my teammates. I'm also here to say that this is not a choice between protecting the coast and protecting our community. We all believe that they both can be considered and brought to a same conclusion. I believe that environmental protection is critical, but so is human development and opportunity. The courts have supported education for underserved youth, as well as youth athletics, healthy outdoor activity for older generations, and community connection. Decisions about coastal management should weigh with both the environmental and community outcomes. I really hope that you will consider our request to be put on a further agenda at a later time. Thank you guys so much, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you. Mike Moss, Shai Daniels, Dana Barrios, Viola Barrios.
Okay, I have nothing written down, but I represent these wonderful girls. I also am very old. I'm also representing the over 50,000 athletes I have personally coached, all right, over the years, including Olympians, multiple indoor Olympians, and all these girls, the opportunity you're thinking about taking away from them really closes the doors to so many opportunities to grow. And also throughout the years I've been doing this, which is 55, I have had very few girls that has ever gotten in trouble with drugs. They have almost every one of them have gone on to college. They have become teachers, doctors, lawyers, and they're still friends of mine. And I keep track of them. And all we're asking for is a little opportunity for girls like them and the ones that are following. Okay, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Shai Daniels, Dana Barrios, Viola Barrios, Madison Moreau. Shai Daniels.
First off, I want to say thank you for pronouncing my name right. A lot of the times people say Shay. Good morning. My name is Shai Daniels, and I'm here with the Women's Beach Volleyball Program at Ventura College. I live my life as a devout follower of Jesus Christ, and my life teaches me that my role on this earth is to be a peacemaker, someone who seeks reconciliation, avoids stirring up unnecessary conflict, and most importantly, moves in love. In the Bible, Romans chapter 12, verse 18 says, "If it is possible, as far as it depends on you, live at peace with everyone." So today is not about who is right and who is wrong. I believe that through compromise, conversation, and collaboration, we can protect our coastline while also supporting our community. I highly respect the work that the California Coastal Commission is striving to do. Protecting coastal habitats is a real and important responsibility that we all share as a community. At the same time, it's important to note that the California Coastal Act is not just an environmental protection law. It also calls for maximizing public access and recreational opportunities. These courts are more than sand, nets, and wooden posts. They are places where people gather to compete, grow, build community. For many of us athletes, they represent opportunity, education, and personal development. Having 9 courts in one location allows for the space to host tournaments, fundraisers, and collegiate matches that meet NCAA and 3C2A standards for youth players, families, and community members of all ages. Collegiate competition requires at least 5 properly configured permanent courts. The proposed location will reduce the number and change the layout so it would no longer support collegiate athlete matches. When we reduce courts, we reduce opportunity for student athletes, for community recreation, and for the next generation of women in sports. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing: a healthy coastline and a thriving community. As someone guided by my faith, I also believe we are called to be good stewards of the world we have been given, which includes caring for our coastline and the communities who depend on it. My hope is that this meeting is not the final chapter of this conversation, and I hope that there can be ongoing dialogue between the commissioners, environmental planners, and those of us in volleyball community to explore solutions that truly serve both goals. I have a little bit more. Please let me keep going. Protecting our coastline while preserving meaningful recreational access is a complex issue, and it deserves thoughtful and patient collaboration, because protecting our coastline and supporting our community are not opposing goals. They are responsibilities that we share, and they should never come at the cost of one another. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you. Dana Barrios, Viola Barrios, Madison Moreau, Trevor Julian.
Hello. My name is Dana Barrios, and I'm the former chairwoman and current member of the Barbareño Ventureño Band of Mission Indians, and the sister of Viola Barrios, who's a volleyball player at Ventura College. Ventura is our traditional homeland. Our ancestors came from Limu, Santa Cruz Island, when the mission systems arrived and displaced our people. Since that time, our community has worked to reclaim our culture and our responsibility as stewards of these lands and waters. Because of that history, I am very familiar with the work of the California Coastal Commission, and I appreciate the role the Commission plays in caring for California's coast. In my professional life, I work with the state of California on statewide mental health initiatives, where I help ensure youth and family voices are included in statewide policy decisions. One message we hear again and again from young people is the importance of safe and accessible outdoor spaces. Youth consistently connect recreation, nature, and community spaces with their mental health and well-being. For Native youth, this issue is especially urgent. Native youth had the highest suicide rates of any racial or ethnic group in the United States. Opportunities that foster belonging, mentorship, and community can make a real difference. Athletics are one of the most powerful ways to create those opportunities. For many young people, sports are not just recreation. They are connection, discipline, and a pathway to higher education. This is why I'm asking you to reconsider your stance on the volleyball courts of Ventura Harbor at a future meeting. Maintaining 9 courts matters. It allows more youth to participate, keeps Ventura competitive with other coastal communities that host tournaments, and brings visitors who support our local economy. Most importantly, these courts create a space and place where young people can gather, grow, and imagine their futures together. I hope you will support keeping the 9 courts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Viola Barrios, Madison Moreau, Trevor Julian, Monet Ramazar.
Good morning. My name is Viola Barrios, and I'm here in hopes that you may put us on your agenda in the future. When I play beach volleyball at Ventura College. When I first started at Ventura College, my mental health was not great and I was unmotivated. but soon enough, I found my love for education, going to class, and learning. My love for education grew from there, building a community within Ventura College by working in the tutoring center as a chemistry tutor and having the opportunity to help other students. I had a purpose. I had something to wake up for. Ventura College beach volleyball has helped me to find something that I look forward to studying for the rest of my life. It helped my mental health to drastically improve. Our coaches have helped us to understand that the qualities that we possess as college athletes transfer into our adult lives. Leadership development, mental toughness, time management, problem solving, reliability, and communication. I want future generations of women to have the opportunities that I have had. By shrinking the volleyball courts from 9 courts to 3 or 4 courts is a big injustice for those future female athletes. We need at least 6 permanent courts in order to stay competitive and to have a true beach volleyball program. I am Chumash and my ancestors are from Santa Cruz Island. We are the first people of Ventura, so I deeply understand the importance of preserving our coast. I also know that we must invest in the future. Restoring our coast and investing in Ventura's youth are not competing values. They can both be true. This commission has the opportunity to shape generations to come, but that requires investing in youth. There is no reason we cannot protect the coast while also maintaining full volleyball courts. Reducing the courts reduces opportunities for female athletes and limits their chances to earn scholarships and pursue a higher education. So now you have a choice, and I hope you choose to pave the way for future doctors, nurses, engineers, physicists, educators, and so many more. Thank you.
Thank you. Madison Moreau, Trevor Julian, Monet Ramasar, Sadie Lishman.
Hello, my name is Madison Miro, and I play women's beach volleyball at Ventura College. The reason I am here today is to explain to each of you how important the beach volleyball courts located in Ventura's Harbor Cove Beach area are, and how they should not be removed or relocated from their current area in which they are already placed. When it comes to the long-standing public use of these courts, it is now part of the Coastal Act policy. For over a decade, these courts have been an important part of our coastline and our community. Families, students, athletes, and visitors gather here every day to enjoy the beach in a way that is active, healthy, and accessible to everyone. The California Coastal Act doesn't only protect the environment, it also protects public access and recreational opportunities along our coast. These courts represent exactly that, a long-standing, well-established recreational use that allows people to connect with the shoreline. Removing them would not improve access to the coast. It would take away a unique opportunity, a unique community space that has served the public for many years. These courts are part of Ventura's identity and part of how people experience our beaches. I personally have not only witnessed our beach volleyball program use these courts, but there are a group of women that use them a couple mornings out of the week before we start practice. There has been high school students as well as students from other colleges also using our courts. I have been on weekends, and all the courts have been filled with families, friends, sharing memories on these courts. So I respectfully ask the Commission to recognize the long history of public recreation and preserve the courts so future generations can continue to enjoy the court in the same way we do today. Thank you.
Thank you. Trevor Julian, Monet Ramasar, Sadie Lishman, Jocelyn Alfar. I'm not seeing Trevor Julian. Monet Ramasar? Okay.
Hi, my name is Monet Ramasar. I play beach volleyball at BC, and our hope is you guys consider our request for being put on the agenda at a later time. I am from Westlake, and I have been coming to the Harbor Court since I was 14 years old to play beach volleyball. Being on these courts surrounded by powerful, smart, and hardworking women, I've learned so much that I will take with me throughout my entire life, and I wish for future generations of young girls to get to experience that. I played 4 years of beach volleyball at Westlake High School, and all of our tournaments were held at the Harbor Courts, along with playing for Lava Beach. Hundreds of girls depend on these courts to give them opportunities to prepare for the next steps, not only in their sport, but also in our lives. Taking away these courts is not as simple as replacing them. It is taking away opportunity and resources for women. As one of the fastest growing collegiate sports in the country, many girls from our community who have reached the Division I level played at our very own Ventura Harbor beach courts that set a path to a better life. I want to play at the next level, and VC is preparing me for that. The beach courts are preparing me for that. And taking away this resource is devastating for me and hundreds of girls who dream of playing beach volleyball in college. Please hear us when we say the courts must remain where they are as they are. It is important to us, and it is important for the community. Thank you for listening and for your time.
Thank you. Sadie Lishman, Jocelyn Alfar, Chelsea Torres, Callie Kale.
Good morning. My name is Sadie Lishman, and I play women's beach volleyball at Ventura College. I'm here to explain to each of you why the volleyball courts here in Ventura Harbor Cove Beach cannot be removed or relocated. I want to speak briefly about what these beach volleyball courts mean to our community. For many people here, these courts are more than just a place to play. They're one of the few free public spaces where people of all ages can come together, stay active, and build community. Every day you see students, families, and local athletes using them. They're also incredibly important for women's sports. Women's beach volleyball is one of the fastest growing sports in California, but opportunities for girls and young women to train and compete are still limited. Courts like these ones at the Harbor Cove provide a rare and valuable place for female athletes to practice, develop their skills, and pursue college opportunities. If the number of the courts is reduced, it directly limits access. Fewer courts means fewer teams can practice, fewer community members can play, and fewer opportunities for women in our area. These courts help support healthy lifestyles, equal opportunity, and we hope that you will consider putting us on your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Jocelyn Alfar, Chelsea Torres, Callie Kale, Beira Boyso.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Alfar, and I am here today with my beach volleyball team from Ventura College. As we all continue speaking, our goal is for you to please consider putting us on your agenda. The courts at the Harbor Cove Beach are incredibly special to us, as you can probably tell. So many people across Ventura County use them, and really they are not just volleyball courts. They're a place where athletes are able to train, build lifelong friendships, and really bring the entire community together. I recently transferred here from Florida, and I've never experienced having such a nice facility. Even in Florida, nothing compares to the 9 courts that we have. Overlooking the harbor with the space that we need, it's so beautiful, and it's hard to recreate that. And yeah, it's a very unique, special place. Every single day we train here, and it truly has become our home. It's definitely become my home personally. We work hard to improve not just as athletes, but as students and people. I understand that there needs to be a balance between protecting our coast and serving the community, but these courts do serve the community in the most meaningful way. They provide opportunities for young athletes, especially women, to compete, grow, and pursue their education. They also provide the general public with a free, clean, accessible place to exercise and connect with those around them. Removing or reducing these courts would take away opportunities from current and future students who rely on this space. For our team and for the Ventura community, keeping these 9 courts where they are is incredibly important. I respectfully ask the Commission to please consider preserving the harbor courts as they are today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chelsea Torres, Callie Cahill, Beira Boyso, Valerie Ibarra.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chelsea Torres, and I play beach volleyball at Ventura College. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our community today. I'm here to speak about something that to many people is more than just courts, but to hundreds of athletes, families, and young girls across Ventura County, those courts represent something much bigger. They represent opportunity. For more than a decade, the beach volleyball courts at Ventura Harbor have been a place where young athletes have learned discipline, teamwork, and resilience. They are where friendships were built, where confidence grew, and where countless hours of hard work were poured into chasing goals that once felt impossible. Every grain of sand on those courts holds memories, early morning practices before school, teammates lifting each other up after tough losses, and the joy of hard-earned victories. These courts have helped shape the lives of so many young women in our community. For many athletes, this is where their journey began. Some of them have gone on to play in college, earn scholarships, and pursue higher education because of the opportunities they discovered here. But what matters just as much are the girls who haven't stepped onto these courts yet. Right now, somewhere in Ventura County, there are girls who are hoping maybe one day they can have the same opportunity we did. These courts are where they might find confidence, strength, and a path they never imagined. If we reduce these courts or remove them entirely, we are not just removing sand and nets, we are reducing opportunities. Fewer courts mean fewer practices, fewer teams, fewer tournaments, and fewer young women who get the chance to participate. Less space means less opportunity, and in a time when women's sports are finally growing and gaining the recognition they deserve, we should be expanding those opportunities, not shrinking them. These courts are a symbol of what happens when a community invests in its young people. They are a place where athletes grow into leaders, students grow into scholars, and girls grow into confident, powerful women who will shape the future of our community. We are not asking for something new. We are simply asking to protect something that has already been proven its value for more than 10 years. Please consider the hundreds of athletes who have trained there, the families who support them, and the many future players who are still waiting for their chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Callie Cahill, Bear Boyso, Valeria Ibarra, Elena Hangen.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Callie Cahill. I play women's beach volleyball at Ventura College. I am here today to explain why the beach volleyball courts at Harbor Cove Beach in Ventura cannot be removed or significantly reduced. I grew up in Bakersfield, and the courts we had there were not a safe place to play. Because of that, I never had the opportunity to go somewhere to be outside and play the sport I love with my friends. When I came to Ventura College, these courts became that place for me. They're not just courts, they're a safe space, a community, and an opportunity. I get to spend every morning playing the sport I love with my best friends. I recently committed to play at the University of Redlands, and that truly could not have been possible without these courts. These courts provide all these opportunities for free. So many young athletes miss out on club sports due to their financial situations. These courts provide them with the chance to grow as an athlete and as a person without putting financial stress on them or their parents. Taking the courts away or shrinking them to 3 to 4 courts would be detrimental to young athletes and for future generations who deserve the same chance to play, grow, and belong. This is not a choice between protecting the coast and supporting the community. We believe both can be achieved here. Our hope is that you will listen to our plea and put us on the agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bear Boyso, Valeria Ibarra, Eliana Hangen.
Hello, good morning. My name is Beta Boyso, and I play at Ventura College. I am here today to share why the beach volleyball courts should not be removed or relocated. To some people, these courts might have no value or importance to them, but to us, they mean a lot. They are where we train every day and grow as a team. I personally did not grow up playing on these courts, but a lot of my teammates have been playing here since they were little, and they hold a lot of memories to them. They've also helped them become the athletes they are today. For all of us, the courts are a place where we push ourselves, support each other, and grow not only as athletes, but as people. The Coastal Act mentions protecting the environment, but it also talks about supporting public access and recreation. These courts do that, and they allow students, young athletes, and the community to use the beach in a healthy and positive way. These courts support education, youth athletics, outdoor activity, and community connection. Many school teams and local groups use them. They give young athletes a place to practice, improve, and think about their future. Environmental protection is very important, but it does not have to come at the cost of losing something that helps so many people. Protecting the coast and supporting the community can both coexist here like it has been. These courts may not mean much to everyone, again, but to us, they represent opportunity, growth, and the future of many young athletes. And even after we transfer or move on, these courts will continue helping the next generation of players grow as athletes and individuals. I'm hoping you guys will consider adding the issue to the agenda, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Valeria Ibarra, Aliana Hanshin, and then we'll move to our Zoom participants, starting with Camila Rang, Terry Saucier, Theo Cracky.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the board. My name is Valeria Ibarra, and I play women's beach volleyball at Ventura College. I am here to explain to each of you why the beach volleyball courts here in Ventura Harbor Cove Beach cannot be removed or relocated. I want to speak briefly about what these courts mean for women's sports and the opportunity they give our community. Women's beach volleyball is one of the fastest growing collegiate sports in the country. These courts are not just athletic facilities, but for most young girls like myself, they are a place where we build confidence, pursue education, and develop leadership. They are enjoyed beyond just collegiate athletes, but women of all ages. As we have practiced every day on these courts, I've had the opportunity to see young girls learning the game of volleyball. The game of volleyball, women of all ages become out regularly to stay active, socialize, and enjoy our beautiful coastline. It's rare to find recreational spaces that naturally bring everyone together. Removing these courts would mean losing a space that has quickly become meaningful to many members of our community for the last 12 years. I respectfully ask the board to consider their removal and relocation to explore ways to keep these courts available so that all people of ages can continue to enjoy them. I know that for Ventura College, my fellow teammates and I, the Ventura Harbor Cove Beach volleyball courts are invaluable. Thank you.
Thank you. Aliana Hanshin.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the board. My name is Aliana Handkin, and I play women's beach volleyball at Ventura College. I'm here to speak about why removing the Harbor Cove beach volleyball courts would be harmful to women's sports in our community. Women's beach volleyball is one of the fastest growing collegiate sports in the country, with participation increasing by 194% over the last decade, and that growth is happening right here in Ventura. These courts are where local athletes train, compete, and work toward opportunities to play at the next level. But these courts are more than just a place to practice. They're where girls first learn the sport, where confidence grows, and where women in our community come together to stay active and support one another. The decision you make about these courts will shape whether future girls in Ventura have the same opportunities that we have today. If these courts are removed, we aren't simply losing nets, we're losing a space that inspires the next generation of female athletes. This is not a choice between protecting the coast and supporting the community. We believe both can be achieved here. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all our in-person speakers. We are now moving to our Zoom speakers, starting with Camila Rang, Terry Saucier, Theo Cracky, Susan Kirks. Camila Rang, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Camila Rang from Del Mar. In June of 2022, SANDAG and the Coastal Commission made a deal. SANDAG wanted a Phase 5 permit to further armor the bluff with massive seawalls. The Coastal Commission found that that project was not in compliance with the Coastal Act. Nevertheless, the Coastal Commission granted the permit on the express condition that SANDAG would construct 8 mitigation measures, one of them more important than any other for the California public: safe beach access across or under the rails on the bluff. Del Mar residents and all of San Diego County was thrilled by this deal. Finally, we would have safe access to the beach across the rails on our bluff. However, we were just told by Mario Orso, SANDAG's director, that he is planning to work with you, commissioners, along the bluff to convince you to back off on enforcing this beach access deal. Mario Orso claims that a beach access will cost him $80 million. That is simply not true. $80 million is a completely inflated number made up only to try to convince you to let them off the hook on this public right of beach access that they committed to. Next slide, please. All we are asking is a minimal type access. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now that SANDAG will increase train traffic from 40 trains per day to over 100, the safest would be to construct an underpass. We are not asking for any type of fancy underpass. We just want to safely get to the other side of the rails. There are hundreds of examples of simplistic pedestrian tunnels. We also believe that the access down the bluff will get exemption from ADA access since Del Mar Lifeguard Station further north provides flat access and handicap parking. The steps down the bluff from the underpass also needs to be accessed from the top, where many people walk their dogs from the San Diego side to take the dogs to the beach, since dogs are not allowed on the San Diego owned beach. We Del Martian love our dogs and wants to provide all dogs with a happy day on the beach. Please hold Sandag to their side of the deal. They took 50,000 square feet of beach from us and the public, so please do not let them off the hook on the most important mitigation promise: safe beach access across the rails on the bluff. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Saucier, Theo Cracky, Susan Kirks, Brian Sweeney. Terry Saucier.
Good morning, Commissioners. Last month, I came before you to raise the alarm about artificial turf projects being proposed inside and directly adjacent to the Coastal Commission Zone in Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District and at the LA Rec and Parks Palisades Park. I'm here today to reiterate that urgency. As you know, artificial turf is a fossil fuel-based petrochemical plastic, contains multiple chemicals of concern, and is also a significant source of plastic pollution in our watersheds and oceans. We very much appreciate your work to keep our oceans and marine life safe, including your landmark 2023 decision to deny UC Santa Barbara a permit to put in a plastic field in California Coastal Commission. The field at Palisades Park is similar in that it's directly adjacent to the ocean, and stormwater runoff will flow into Potrero Canyon in the ocean. The proposed field calls for 140,000 square feet of impermeable plastic. Between November and today alone, that would have produced over 1 million gallons of toxic runoff. As recently as 2023, there was a landslide in Potrero Canyon that had to be filled. A regulation field, a typical one, generates 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of plastic grass per year, and 12 to 15% of our microplastics in our oceans are from artificial turf. The product being proposed has 16 times the plastic blades, therefore 16 times the microplastic blades that could be lost. If the Commission does not act now, school districts and rec and parks will see it as a permission to go full steam ahead. It'll be difficult to reverse. Please notify Santa Monica Malibu USD and LA Rec and Parks that artificial turf is not permitted in the Coastal Commission Zone and why, nor directly adjacent if it's going to affect the Coastal Commission, and develop a strong artificial turf policy and enforcement program. Our communities, children, and future generations are counting on you to protect the coast and our oceans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Theo Cracky, Susan Kirks, Brian Sweeney, Devin Porter. Theo Cracky.
Good morning. My name is Theo Cracky. I'm a Santa Barbara resident. I want this commission to be aware of what's happening at our local level before a proposed Santa Barbara City short-term rental ordinance reaches you for review. Last week, the Santa Barbara Planning Commissioners publicly reviewed a draft of this ordinance, which effectively eliminates unhosted vacation rentals in the coastal zone. Short-term rentals represent roughly 67% of overnight visitor capacity in Santa Barbara's coastal zone. If this ordinance passes as it's currently written, displaced visitors won't find alternatives. They simply won't come. That outcome is directly contrary to the Coastal Act's mandate to protect and encourage lower-cost visitor accommodations at the coast. What I want you to know is that each one of the Santa Barbara Planning Commissioners had serious reservations about this draft ordinance. They were all in agreement to not forward it before those reservations could be addressed. However, at this point in the meeting, the city attorney stepped in and warned that doing so would drastically push back the deadline. However, there is no real deadline for getting this ordinance passed. The reason for this deadline is that the coastal zone portion of this ordinance requires approval by this commission. Megan Harmon, a Santa Barbara City Council member, currently chairs this commission. Harmon believes that long-term housing stock will increase when short-term rentals are eliminated, but she nor the Santa Barbara Planning Commission have provided any evidence that that's what will happen. Although not a planning victory, there is a political victory for Harmon in getting this flawed ordinance approved by the California Coastal Commission before her term ends. And that is the reason for this artificial deadline. I'm raising this now so that when this deficient ordinance comes before you, you have the context for the process that produced it, and that you vigorously review this ordinance and demand evidence proving that it will not drastically reduce affordable lodging at the coast before you approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Kirks, Brian Sweeney, Devin Porter, Diane Wolke. Susan Kirks. Oh, it looks like Susan Kirks didn't move over. You are moving over now. If you accept it. There we go. All right, so when you're able to, please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, somehow I dropped off of Zoom and had to come back in. Good morning, Commissioners, Chair Harmon, Dr. Hucklebridge, and staff. My name is Susan Kirks. I'd like to briefly speak about something that occurred yesterday in general public comment and lend my support for some of the Commissioner comments related to that item. The La Jolla Beach sea lion issue is so deeply heartbreaking to hear about month after month after month. And I would like to ask you to please agendize this for your April meeting so that we who are conservationists, members of the public, the Seal Society Sierra Club, the group that has been so dedicated to try to bring a resolution to this issue and to prevent further deaths, abuse and harassment of the sea lions can be assuredly addressed. Please use your authority to close the staircase that has repeatedly been described to you as sea lions hauling out to rest and people going down the staircase and harassing the sea lions. That is something that could have been done long ago. I appreciate that there has been some progress made, as described yesterday by Dr. Hucklebridge, but I do believe, as was mentioned, with 51 days until the next pupping season, this is now an urgent situation. It's been an urgent situation for a very long time. And the suggestion to close the beach during pupping season to public access is reasonable and necessary. And I definitely appreciate the commissioner comments yesterday to close this beach in that regard. And I really love the idea of the platform, the viewing platform that could easily be installed with stationary viewing scopes and binoculars so that the public could be able to view this miraculous situation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Brian Sweeney, it looks like Devin Porter dropped out of the meeting, so we'll call him at the end. So Brian Sweeney, Diane Wolke, Adam Leverns. Brian Sweeney, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Brian Sweeney, and I'm here to speak on synthetic turf installations at the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District that appear to have happened inside the coastal zone without coastal development permits. Earlier this year, the district installs a synthetic turf field at Ocean Park School, which used to be known as SMASH, in Santa Monica in the coastal zone. While the work was underway in January, I documented the installation and provided photographs and information to enforcement staff at the commission showing the plastic base and the turf being installed. Over the following weeks, staff asked me to provide additional information several times, and each time I did so, providing photos, dates, etc., about the installation that was occurring. But despite that ongoing communication, the installation continued and was completed. To my knowledge, the district was never even contacted by the commission, and no attempt was made to stop the work while it was happening, not even a phone call. Unfortunately, the lesson the district learned from this, which I think everyone would, is that if you don't put plans into public and you just go ahead with it, the Coastal Commission isn't going to do much to stop you. So, of course, what did the district do? Ended up installing synthetic turf, again, in the coastal zone in Malibu at Webster Elementary. So right now, this incentive structure is backwards. If a project gets publicly proposed, the Coastal Act applies, but if it's not publicly proposed, it doesn't. At SMASH, this problem at that Ocean Park site is still fixable. Students aren't there and won't be there until August. So the Coastal Commission could come down and say, hey, school district, you shouldn't have installed this, and the district would remove it. The district could do similar thing at Webster Elementary. I would ask that you have enforcement staff report back on what actions, if any, they have taken regarding this, as well as come up with a clear bright line policy that builds on the October guidance, making it clear to entities like the school district that these types of installations won't apply, so that little kids aren't tracking plastic into the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Diane Wolke, Adam Leverins, and Ann Stenton. Those are the last three that we're able to find. So, Diane Wolke. Diane, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute. There you go.
Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Diane Wolke, board member with Safe Healthy Playing Fields. I strongly urge you to form a formal policy on petrochemical synthetic turf. We understand that you have decreased resources, but I can assure you that they're greater than those of all of the advocates throughout the state, and we're not going away. Failure to have a strong policy and take action only emboldens the plastic turf industry, which is already stepping up its efforts over the current 1,100 acres of plastic, the equivalent of 870 football fields it is installing annually in California. As stated by Terry Saucier, each of these fields sheds 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of just the plastic blades alone, apart from the backing and the underlayment pad. And newer versions of these fields have 16 times more blades. Currently in San Diego Unified School Districts, there are 54 new fields planned, 8 projects with 10 fields planned in the coastal zone. 2 of these fields are under the coastal permit zone, while the rest are in the local permit zone. Carlsbad's Poinsettia Beach rolled out more plastic within the past 2 weeks, and it appears that they've expanded the footprint and removed additional trees. A small portion of the area is in the joint jurisdiction area. However, that may now even be a larger area, given it looks like they have more plastic there. Approved last night is nearly 110,000 square feet of plastic for Carlsbad High School, which again appears to fall in the joint jurisdiction area. Knowing that what we have learned working with advocates in Santa Monica and the Palisades in conjunction with the commission, we urge you to exercise your authority. All of these fields drain to the ocean, and it is paramount to stop flushing toxic chemicals and microplastics down the drain. Please, please form a formal policy, and please communicate with your local permit people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last 2 speakers, Adam Leverins and Ann Stenton. Adam Leverins.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Awesome, thanks. I just wanted to express gratitude for the consensus yesterday on the nature-based adaptation strategies for protecting the coast from sea level rise and whatnot. And also appreciation to Mr. Silverstein and Surfrider for the second effort at getting that video that didn't play yesterday played today. Second issue, the legislation which would allow cities to designate themselves as urban multimodal communities if they have high quality transit corridors, plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and specific bicycle facilities. Self-certification, from my experience, would create all kinds of issues. In Newport Beach, I see frequent efforts at trying to circumvent higher level review, avoid higher level review, or manipulate higher level review. And a harbor commissioner who was appointed last year on his application proclaimed that he believes the city owns and operates the most beautiful harbor on the West Coast. It's a constant struggle here to convince the city that they are merely trustees of public property owned by the state and for everybody. And I heard a lot of concern from commissioners and staff yesterday about this potential legislation. And I hope you really keep an eye on it and that legislators are receptive to recognizing that this is going to lead to more local influence and control over statewide access to public spaces. And thank you all so much again.
Thank you. And now Ann Stenton, who I believe is logged in as Newport Mooring Association.
Good morning. I have a slide, please.
Yes, give us a moment to bring it up.
Good morning, Chair Harmon, commissioners and staff. Thank you for your patience in hearing from members of the public and for making meaningful efforts to include our perspectives in your decision making. I know it's time consuming and difficult, but it's much appreciated. Month after month, mooring holders have come before you, and I want to assure you it's not because we enjoy taking your time. Many of us find public speaking incredibly stressful, myself included. We do it because the last bastion of truly affordable recreational boating access in Southern California is under threat, and we really need your help. The Coastal Act is clear that lower cost recreational facilities should be protected, and moorings in their current configuration do just that, despite some creative arguments to the contrary. Compared with renting commercial or private docks, self-maintained moorings remain one of the few entry points for everyday people to participate in coastal recreation. The Coastal Act, as you've heard today already, also, and as you know, also calls for maximum public access for all people. In Newport Harbor, moorings serve a very socioeconomically diverse group of boaters right now. But the troubling part is that although moorings provide lower cost access overall, mooring holders are already paying more per square foot than virtually all other self-maintained tidelands users in the harbor, including residential pier holders and most for-profit commercial permittees. In October of 2024, the executive officer of the State Lands Commission described the situation as an appalling rate discrepancy. Yet now we're being told that mooring rates could increase by 300 to 500%, while many other harbor users remain pretty much insulated from similar adjustments. We're not asking for special treatment. We are willing to continue to pay our fair share. The financials pretty much indicate we already do, and then some. What we cannot accept is a city plan where the most modest and difficult boating access in the harbor continues to be burdened by the highest fees and is exposed to the largest increases in restrictions. Without this commission's intervention, the current inequities are about to grow even larger. Please, we ask for a coastal development permit for any proposed changes to the mooring system. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you. No more speakers, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much to the public for your testimony. Before I return to my colleagues, I want to just ask us to please be as succinct as possible because we are on a time crunch. With that, I'm going to begin and first just express gratitude to the volleyball team that is here from Ventura College. Your testimony was very moving, and I really appreciate your time. This is an issue that has incredible regional interest. I'm from Santa Barbara. We talked about it a lot in Santa Barbara, and it's very important to me personally. So I appreciate you being here. So I'd like to ask our Director Huckelbridge if she could please give us some insight into what's happening.
Sure, I'm happy to. Thanks, Chair. And I too want to thank the Ventura College Volleyball Club for coming. It's so important to have people come to share their experiences with us directly. It matters, and it helps us. We can't be in all places at all times, and to get your perspective. So, and I have to just commend so many of the young people we saw who had such a great grasp, I think, of the charge we have under the Coastal Act of balancing multiple and sometimes competing coastal uses and resources and then public access, recreation, habitat protection, resilience, all of these things. And I thought it was pretty awesome that what a great grasp of what our charge is here. So I'll turn it over in just a second to Steve Hudson to give a little bit of an update as to our discussions with the Harbor District and where that is, status update a little bit. But I did want to make sure to let the folks in the volleyball community understand, we hear you. We hear you, and we will be going back and making sure that we're having direct connections and direct conversations with the volleyball clubs and everybody who uses these courts, so that we understand the full picture instead of just talking with Harbor District and, which I think is maybe a little bit of what's been going on so far. So with that, I'll turn it over to Steve Hudson for a little bit more of a substantive update.
All right. Thank you, Kate. And I'd like to first start off also to thank the players for coming to speak today and for their interest in this. And I'd like to address their concerns, as there appears to be quite a bit of misinformation out there in the sphere. Primarily that either the Port District or that our staff are requiring the number of volleyball courts to be substantially reduced or eliminated, which is just not true. Our staff is working very closely with the Port District staff to maintain the volleyball courts in a nearby location, just a few hundred feet from the current site, but outside the existing dune habitat. And by way of background, just like to note that the commission approved a coastal permit for the Port District sand management plan some months ago. During the processing of that application, our staff discovered the Port District had removed sensitive dune habitat, and installed 4 volleyball courts. And that was about 10 years ago. Over time, the number of courts continued to increase up to 6, and then most recently up to 9 courts. In the commission's action to approve the sand management plan, the plan was approved, which was necessary to allow the port to carry out critical sand management activities to keep that sand from piling up over their walls and onto the roadways. But it also required a revised plan to eliminate any sand management activities in the area where the unpermitted removal of the dunes occurred and the volleyball courts had been installed. And there was one assertion by one of the college staff that seemed to indicate that commission staff had somehow approved or been in communication with the port district to allow removal of that over 10 years ago, that habitat, and that's simply not the case. It is a significant violation that involved removal of important and critical and rare dune habitat. Now, since the commission meeting, our staff has been meeting regularly and frequently with Port District staff, and the goal has been not to remove those courts or reduce them. There's been no direction by our staff to reduce the courts in any manner, but we have worked to find a balanced compromise to maintain those courts. And the Port District, who we thank for working with us, is now proposing to maintain 8 volleyball courts, which they believe is the number that they're trying to fit these courts between a number of competing needs, including their not only the dune habitat maintenance, but also their port dredging activities. And that location that these courts would be relocated to would be essentially the same. It's a few hundred feet from the current location on the same beach, but outside of the disturbed dune area. Our staff is simply waiting for the port to submit their revised plan. The process for this is through the port's condition compliance with their approved CDP. So there is not a matter that could be agendized before the commission. But I do want to assure the commission and all the players who spoke today that our staff's intent is to maintain those volleyball courts, which we consider to be an important public access and recreational amenity, while also finding a balanced approach to maintain as much of those dunes and that dune habitat as feasible. And we hope to be able to accomplish that very soon.
And I would just add one more comment to Steve's, is that it appears in discussing a little with the coach, there has been some miscommunication and misunderstanding about what's being proposed and how many courts and all this. And so I've committed to connecting us directly with the players and their team so we can have a direct conversation and make sure we're all on the same page and have the same understanding. Because as you heard, our expectation is that the courts are there, and that's what we've been trying to achieve. And so if that's not we need to understand a little bit more. So we'll be communicating with them directly.
I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Hudson, Dr. Huckelbridge, and I'll close by saying this is personally important to me, and I really appreciate the continued focus on it to the extent that we can stay updated on how this is evolving. I would really appreciate it, and I hear that there's no obvious way to agendize this issue, but if it comes to that at some point, I would certainly be supportive of having an opportunity for the commission to weigh in. So thank you very much. Okay, now I will go to Commissioner Nodoff, then Commissioner Jackson.
I just wanted to thank the public for coming in and talking about offshore fracking. That's a very concerning issue, and wanted to reassure folks, the staff wanted to reassure folks that we're on the case.
Perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the Ventura College team for being here today to share their concerns and highlight the importance of their beach volleyball courts. As a representative of Hermosa Beach, that is the cradle of beach volleyball, I understand how deeply woven volleyball is to any community. So I support and understand how important it is to protect where the next generation of athletes can recreate, train, and to compete. And like Monet, who testified, I too moved here from Florida, and I concur, there simply is no comparison. So thank you for being here today to share your passion and love for a sport that means so much to your community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, seeing no other comments, appreciate that. We'll move to item 5, consent calendar. Mr. Teufel.
Thank you. We have no items on the agendized consent calendar, so that brings us to item 6. Items move from the regular to the consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. As mentioned during the agenda changes earlier this morning, there are 8 items that staff recommends be moved to the consent calendar, and those are item 10A, an LCP amendment time extension for Humboldt County, item 10B, an LCP amendment for Humboldt County, item 11A, a CDP application for the city of Arcata, item 13A, a San Mateo County LCP amendment, item 13B, an LCP amendment time extension for the city of Pacifica, item 16A, an LCP amendment time extension for Santa Cruz County, item 16B, an LCP amendment for San Luis Obispo County, and finally, item 16C, an LCP amendment for, the city of Santa Cruz. With regard to item 11A, the city of Arcata Marsh Culvert repair, we received one comment letter primarily raising concerns that the proposed single culvert repair is functionally related to a larger levee and wastewater redevelopment project. In this case, the city is proposing to replace a damaged 15-foot long section of a culvert that is necessary for proper title exchange with Arcata Bay. Staff considered this issue during review of the application and determined that the targeted repair of this section of culvert will not have a direct effect or influence on current and future planning for the broader area. Staff posted an addendum to the online agenda that more fully responds to the issues raised, and we continue to recommend that this item be moved to consent. Staff is not aware of any opposition to the remaining items moved to the consent calendar, and the applicants are in agreement with the staff recommendations. Following public comment on this item, we're therefore recommending that the commission vote and approve this item.
Great, thank you very much. All right, I'll ask my fellow commissioners any ex partes to report. Seeing none. Public comment, please, Chris.
Yes, we have a few speakers for item 13B. We'll start with Caitlin Quinn, followed by...
Thank you. And before we begin with those commenters, I'd like to just remind everyone who's speaking on this item that their comments really must be confined to the time extension only and really should not reach the underlying merits or concepts. It's just about the time extension. Thank you.
Yes, it looks like we aren't seeing Caitlin Quinn. Did you move them? Okay, so Noah Suarez-Sykes will be first.
Alrighty, hello. Taking the comment about the germaneness. I am. Can you all hear me? Are we good?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Nice. All right. Well, good morning, commissioners. My name is Noah Suarez-Sykes, and I'm the lead organizer at Better Neighbors LA, a coalition of hosts, tenants, housing activists, and community members working to regulate short-term rentals to preserve long-term housing. So I'm here to comment on the time extension for Pacifica's LCPA. While BNLA doesn't necessarily oppose a time extension to wind up the remaining loose ends in the investigation of this issue, we urge the commission to hear this item as soon as possible because Pacifica cannot afford to wait a full year for the resolution of this issue. The city of Pacifica has engaged in an 8-year-long process of community engagement and consultation, which has resulted in a thoughtful and impressive piece of coastal short-term rental regulation. The regulation adequately balances the necessity of visitor access to the coast while also reflecting the needs of Pacifica residents. It's the product of extensive analysis, commentary, and debate, and while the rationale for the commission extending time on consideration is reasonable, and we understand that there is a procedural measure here, Pacifica needs this legislation imminently. The issue of the proliferation of short-term rentals has not abated, and working families continue to face the threat of displacement and housing price increases due to the effect of unhosted STRs. 2 years ago, the Coastal Commission asked the city of Pacifica to come back with a stronger STR ordinance. They have now done so. As the staff report noted, the prevalence of STRs in the Pacifica market, if unchecked, could displace the very workers who provide the visitor-serving accommodations the Commission is required to provide. This is not to mention the significant impact on the character of the city, impacting visitor numbers. While today's time extension seems to be necessary, BNLA would like to advocate that the Commission hear this issue as soon as possible, preferably in April, because Pacifica's residents cannot wait any longer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our other speakers, Caitlin Quinn, Cindy Abbott, Brian Rainero, Lila Rainero, they were all here earlier, but I am seeing none of them now, so it looks like they all left the meeting. I'm seeing no other speakers.
Great.
For item 16C on the consent calendar, we have Clara Stanger, who is available for questions. We have no other speakers.
Okay, wonderful. I'll return to Mr. Teufel to see if he has any comments. You good? Okay, thank you. To the commission, comments, a motion?
I'm happy to move the consent calendar. Thanks.
Second. It's a motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Vice Chair Hart. Any objections to unanimous consent? Okay, the consent calendar is adopted. Item 7, please.
Thank you, Chair. That brings us to item 7 and the Deputy Director report for the Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency Division. We have 2 negative determinations to report and 2 immaterial amendments for your consideration. The first is a short-term extension for a permit to the permit term for an oyster aquaculture operation in Humboldt Bay, for which we are aware of no opposition. The second immaterial amendment is one I also reported last month, and I'd like to invite our senior environmental scientist, Deanna Christensen, to briefly provide some background on its inclusion again today.
Good morning. As reported last month, CalAm has requested a permit amendment to allow an existing test slant well to remain in place for an additional year. Because we received additional objection to this immaterial amendment following last month's hearing, but prior to the close of the 10 working day objection period, we're reporting it and bringing it to you for your consideration once again this month. The objection was submitted by the Marina Coast Water District, and it has been provided along with a detailed staff response in this month's Deputy Director's report available through our online agenda. And the Commission staff are not recommending any modifications to the proposed immaterial amendment and continue to recommend its approval. To summarize the objection, the Marina Coast Water District contends that the 1-year extension is not eligible for an immaterial amendment because the well's presence is resulting in impacts that the Commission has not evaluated. The district argues that because the limited duration of the 2-year groundwater pumping program for the test well that was initially authorized, the Commission must conduct additional environmental review of impacts from its ongoing presence of the test well. However, as part of the test well permit action in 2014, the Commission evaluated effects to sensitive habitat, public access, and other coastal resources and required mitigation for adverse impacts, including for long-term effects to sensitive habitat. Therefore, the proposed extension of the permit term for 1 year does not present any new impacts that the Commission did not already evaluate and mitigate as part of the test well permit review. Moreover, CalAm remains subject to the conditions of the test well permit, including the requirements for monitoring for any ESHA or public access impacts. Other than extending the term of the test well permit by 1 year, the proposed amendment involves no new development and presents no additional effects on coastal resources or public access that would require a regular permit amendment or further environmental review. Therefore, staff believe that the proposed extension meets the requirements of an immaterial amendment. We are thus asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items on the Deputy Director's report, and this concludes our comments.
Great, thank you very much. Any ex partes? Any public comments?
No speakers. We just have DJ Moore on Zoom available for questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll return to the commission. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objections, the commission concurs. Thank you. So we are going to skip ahead to item 11.
Yeah,
just trail the other.
We're gonna, because of our need to break at 11. I thought it made sense to trail item 8, the enforcement item until after lunch, and so we'll start now by moving on to item 9, and then we'll get as far as we can on the agenda until we break for lunch at 11 and close session.
Sorry, item 9.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Item 9 is the Deputy Director's report for the North Coast District, which includes 1 waiver for public access enhancements on the Samoa Peninsula in Humboldt County. Staff is not aware of any opposition to this item, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object, and we are available for questions.
Thank you very much. Any ex partes? Any public speakers?
No, just 1 available for questions.
Great. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no such objections, the commission concurs. Thank you. 10C, please.
All right. Item 10C is an LCP amendment for the city of Eureka. And Amber Levitt, as supervisor in our North Coast District, will be giving the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute button. Thanks for bringing my slides up. Item 10C is an application by the City of Eureka to amend their LCP as a result of the electoral initiative action passed by city voters on November 2nd, 2010, known as Measure N. The proposed LCP changes would allow for the potential future development of the Marina Center mixed-use development project on the affected site, or a similar large-scale mixed-use development project. As a result of the affirmative vote on Measure N, changes to the city's LCP have been locally adopted to redesignate and rezone the 43-acre area known as the Balloon Track, located east of Commercial Street between Waterfront Drive and 2nd Street and along Broadway, which is Highway 101 in Eureka. Next slide, please. The Balloon Track property historically was used as a railroad switching, maintenance, and freight yard from the late 1880s until the closure of the Union Pacific rail lines in the mid-1980s. The site has been vacant since the late 1980s and is a brownfield with residual contamination from past industrial uses. Clark Slough, a remnant tidal slough hydrologically connected to Humboldt Bay via a tie gate, bisects the lower southwest corner of the property, and around 9 acres of scattered wetlands have been delineated on the site. As mentioned, the purpose of the proposed LCP amendment is to facilitate the development of the Marina Center project or similar large-scale mixed-use project, which, as evaluated under the final EIR adopted for the project in 2009, would consist of a mix of commercial, professional office, multifamily residential, light industrial, restaurant, and museum uses, as well as off-street parking, including a 4-level parking structure and extensions of 2nd and 4th Streets and new signalized intersections. The project-driven LCP amendment would change the public, quasi-public, and light industrial land use and zoning designations of the site to a combination of designations that would support commercial, office and residential, and open space uses. Further, a qualified or Q combining zoning designation would be applied to the site, indicating that future approved development may not exceed the environmental impacts identified in the adopted final EIR for the Marina Center project, that discount superstores would be banned, and that 10 years after the effective date of the ordinance, the City Council may repeal the Q combining district without further vote of the people. Next slide, please. The LCP amendment application was originally submitted to the Commission in March of 2011, but the application file has remained incomplete and inactive for nearly 13 years after Commission staff requested certain information necessary for a thorough and complete review of the proposed LCP changes, but the requested information was not fully provided. A primary issue with the proposed LCP amendment overall is the lack of clarity around the effect of all of the language of Measure N, including but not limited to language regarding the Q combining zone overlay, and relatedly, the lack of adequate information to evaluate all of the effects for consistency with the standards of review. According to application information, the site may only have a limited and dispersed amount of developable land due to the location and configuration of wetlands, wetland buffer areas, and other constraints across the site. Delineated wetlands total about 8.7 acres scattered throughout different areas of the property, and the proposed land use and zoning designation boundaries do not correspond to identified wetland boundaries. Thus, areas planned to potentially be developed with retail stores, residences, and visitor-serving developments such as hotels include areas with mapped wetlands and their corresponding buffer areas. It is unclear with the information available how the uses that would be allowed in these areas could feasibly be developed consistent with the Coastal Act's allowable use limitations for development in wetlands in ESHA. Recently, in November of 2025, with the support of the owner of the subject property, the City Council adopted a resolution directing city staff to withdraw the LCPA application from further consideration by the Commission. A primary reason for the city desiring to withdraw the application cited in the city's resolution is ongoing progress made by the city over the past 5 years to adopt a comprehensive LCP update consistent with updated community priorities reflected in the city's 2040 general plan. However, state election law requires that a vote to repeal or amend an ordinance adopted by the voters must come from the voters, unless provisions in the city's adopted ordinance allow for it to be repealed through other means, and in this case, the ordinance does not. Next slide, please. Since the City Council directed City staff to withdraw the LCP amendment application from further consideration, City staff stated that they would not be able to provide any additional information needed to respond to the Commission staff's earlier information requests. Therefore, Commission staff recommend that the Commission deny the LUP amendment because it does not meet the requirements of and is not in conformity with the policies of Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act, and the IP amendment is not in conformity with or adequate to carry out policies of the certified LUP. Essentially, the LCP amendment, as submitted, lacks the clarity and certainty needed to meet the requirements of and be in conformity with the standards of review. The Commission's denial of this LCP amendment without suggested modifications would mean no further action is required by either the Commission or City Council, and the LCP amendment would not be effective. The City could come forward with a different proposal for the site in the future. The motions to accomplish staff's recommendation are found on page 5 of the staff report and were available for any questions. I believe the city has a representative also online and available for questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Levitt. Are there any ex partes? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing and go to, yes, Simone.
No public speakers, only available for Zoom. Kristen Kenyon.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. Well, then I guess we will return to the Commission. Comments, questions, a motion?
Seems pretty straightforward. I'm happy to make the series of motions.
Please.
Please go by all means. And
Unless you'd like to.
No, but I'll be supporting that 100%. And I just
Right.
want to say this has a long story to it. I'm glad we don't have to re-adjudicate the politics of this and the time that we had, and hopefully we can move forward in Eureka in a much more positive way. So.
Makes sense. All right. Motion, I'll start with the first motion. Move this Commission certify land use plan amendment number EUR MAJ 111 as submitted by the City of Eureka, and I'm asking for a no vote.
Second.
It's a motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by Commissioner Wilson. They're asking for a no vote. Any objections to unanimous no? No objections? Okay, the motion carries.
I move that the Commission reject implementation plan amendment EUR MAJ 111 as submitted by the City of Eureka, and I'm requesting a yes vote.
Okay, motion by Vice Chair Hart,
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson, they're asking for a yes vote. Any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much. Moving forward, that brings us to item 12, please.
Okay, item 12 is the North Central Coast District Director Report, and I believe Dan Carl is online.
Yes, sorry, I had muted myself. Apologies. That does bring us to item 12, which is the North Central Coast District Director's Report. And this month we're reporting 2 waivers, 1 coastal permit extension, 1 emergency permit. Before asking for concurrence, I did want to highlight one of the waivers, specifically the waiver to allow for public access improvements at San Gregorio Ranch in San Mateo County, which is located immediately adjacent to State Park's San Gregorio State Beach Unit. This ranch is currently used mostly for cattle grazing, but is also operated at times as a for-profit beach access way, where users are charged to feed a park and then to access the beach. There have also been a series of development proposals over the years at the ranch that have raised some coastal resource concerns. So I'm happy to report that the Peninsula Open Space Trust is in the process of acquiring the property, and shortly thereafter proposes transferring operation and eventually ownership of it to state parks or another public agency. And the work covered under the waiver allows for access road, parking, and restroom improvements. And then after that's all done, Post would open the site to public access. So the project's a real exciting opportunity to add an important natural resource and public beach access area to the adjacent state park and will provide a safe public beach access site with some informal parking, restrooms, and a picnic and overlook area that will help to enhance the visitor experience. So overall, the project will greatly improve public access to this section of the coast. And our gratitude goes out to Post, obviously, for the acquisition and the improvements. And I'd also shout out the Commission's transportation team who have actively worked with Post to get us to this point, including through the waiver to facilitate the work that I described. So this is really a pretty momentous occurrence. It doesn't happen very often. So I just wanted to highlight that for the Commission so it didn't get lost in the DD's report. So past that, we're not aware of any objections or controversy on the items in the DD's report. And so the question is whether 3 or more commissioners object. And if not, then the Commission will concur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carl. Any ex partes? Any public comments? Okay, I'll return to the Commission. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any items in the Deputy Director's report?
No, but as a teenager, San Gregorio was my beach. So I'm very excited to hear about this progress.
Great. Okay, seeing no objections, the Commission concurs. Thank you, Mr. Carl. Dr. Huckleberg, are we going to continue on?
I would recommend we continue with item 14A. We may not get all the way through it before we need to break, but we can get a substantial chunk in.
Perfect. Yep. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning, commissioners. So we're going to move on to item 14A. Claire Villegas in the Commission Statewide Planning Unit and Dr. Rachel Pausch in the Ecology Unit will be giving the staff presentation from Zoom. We do have a PowerPoint for this, and while that gets pulled up, I will quickly note that today is Ms. Villegas' first staff presentation. So Claire, go ahead.
Thanks, Erin. Good afternoon, commissioners. Item 14A is a combined hearing for 2 notices of impending development prepared by the San Mateo County Resource Conservation District and the Resource Conservation District of Santa Cruz County in collaboration with California State Parks for forest health and wildfire resilience vegetation treatments. This project was agendized for February, but was continued at the request of the RCDs to allow time for additional outreach with landowners in the project vicinity. There's an addendum for this item that responds to several letters submitted in response to the staff report. Next slide, please. Before I describe this project, I want to share a little background on public works plans, or PWPs, for our newer commissioners and the public. Coastal Act Section 30605 offers PWPs as an alternative to project-by-project review. PWPs are available to certain public agencies for commission review of large or phased public works projects that typically would require multiple CDPs. Over the last several years, the Commission has certified 5 PWPs related to forest health and fire resilience. This is consistent with statewide goals to streamline wildfire resilience projects and the Governor's initiative to cut the green tape. These PWPs facilitate approval of wildfire resilience projects across nearly 1/3 of the state's coastal zone. Next slide, please. For context, in December 2019, the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection certified the California Vegetation Treatment Program, EIR, or CalVTP, which analyzes the potential environmental effects of certain vegetation management activities statewide. The CalVTP is intended to increase the pace and scale of vegetation treatment activities statewide and reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire across the state. Public agencies can use the CalVTP for CEQA compliance by designing projects consistent with an extensive list of standard project requirements and mitigation measures. Commission-certified forest health and fire resilience PWPs are designed to complement the CalVTP to provide efficient programmatic streamlining of both CEQA compliance and Coastal Act authorization for these projects in the coastal zone. To address the public access and resource protection provisions of the Coastal Act and local coastal programs, we have developed coastal vegetation treatment standards with our public agency partners in each PWP. Next slide, please. Once a PWP is certified by the Commission, applicants submit Notices of Impending Development, or NOIDs, for Commission review of individual projects. NOIDs must be found to be consistent with the certified PWP. The Commission is required to act within 30 working days of a complete submittal and can condition the project to bring it into conformance with the PWP. Each RCD submitted the NOID package to us on December 18th, 2025, and waived the 30-day requirement. Next slide, please. This project is located partially within the boundaries of the San Mateo County RCD, Forest Health and Fire Resilience PWP area, shown on the left, and partially within the Santa Cruz County RCD, Forest Health and Fire Resilience PWP area, shown on the right. Both PWPs were certified by the Commission on July 8, 2021, and both expire on July 7, 2031. Because the project crosses PWP boundaries, there are two separate NOID numbers for the two RCD submittals. At this point, the Commission has already certified the PWPs, and in doing so, found that the proposal to improve forest health, restore ecosystems, and increase wildfire resilience through vegetation management treatments was consistent with the San Mateo and Santa Cruz County LCPs. The issue before the Commission today is whether the project described in the NOIDs is consistent with the certified PWPs. Commission action is thus limited to imposing conditions to bring the project into conformity with the PWP standards. Next slide, please. The project proposes vegetation management treatments across nearly 12,000 acres of land in the coastal zone. The project area is shown in red on the map and spans Big Basin Redwood State Park, Butano State Park, Año Nuevo State Park, and properties owned by Save the Redwoods League and Semper Virens Fund, who have also been working with state parks and the RCDs on this project. The 2020 CZU Lightning Complex fires burned in this area, leaving behind significant amounts of unconsumed fuel and compromised vegetation that prevent natural recovery processes and leave the area vulnerable to future wildfire risk. State Parks is proposing treatments to restore ecosystem processes, native stand conditions, and ecosystem resilience. They plan to achieve this through the removal of dead, dying, diseased, and overstocked trees and dense understory fuels, and removing invasive species. Next slide, please. The project involves ecological restoration treatments only, meaning no fuel breaks and no defensible space work are included. Ecological restoration treatments could be implemented through a combination of manual, mechanical, prescribed fire, and limited herbicide application. The map on the slide shows the distribution of treatment activities across the project area in the coastal zone. Manual treatment could be implemented across the project area, while mechanical treatment could only occur across a maximum of about 2,000 acres. Herbicide application would be targeted and would only occur on a maximum of 11 acres, or approximately 0.1% of the project area. Prescribed broadcast burning may be implemented on up to 3,350 acres, and pile burning may be implemented across the project area as a means of biomass disposal. I will now turn it over to the Commission's staff ecologist, Dr. Rachel Pausch, to provide additional context on the ecological conditions of the project area.
Rachel, I just pause. We're having trouble with your audio. Maybe you might want to lose the headset. Is there another way? It's something is being scrambled.
Okay, is this better?
That's much better. Thank you. It sounded a little cartoonish, to be honest. You can go ahead and proceed, Rachel, whenever you're ready. No, you're not ready. Can you hear us, Rachel? What we have, yeah, why don't we go ahead? Aaron here has your script, Rachel, as you try to figure this out, we'll get started with it. And then please feel free to break in whenever you connect.
All right, next slide, please. The project area contains, Rachel, are you back?
Okay, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Oh, I can't hear you all. Claire, you might carry on.
Yeah, we'll carry on. Go ahead.
The project area contains a variety of ecosystems, vegetation communities, and wildlife species shown in the Vegetation Alliance map on the left. The forested areas consist predominantly of coniferous forests dominated by coastal redwood and Douglas fir, with components of several hardwood species. There are mixed chaparral stands throughout the project area, but they do not all meet the definition of sensitive or rare communities. As Claire mentioned, the 2020 CZU fire burned in the project area, including nearly 90,000 acres throughout Santa Cruz and San Mateo counties. The fire burned through nearly the entirety of Big Basin Redwoods State Park, portions of Año Nuevo and Butano State Parks, and much of the surrounding landscape. The photos on the right show post-fire conditions. Areas that burned at higher intensities contain high densities of dead trees and resprouting vegetation. State parks and the RCDs thus seek to reduce future wildfire severity by reducing fuel loads and reintroducing ecologically appropriate disturbances to ultimately create a more diverse and resilient ecosystem. Next slide, please. Prior to the CZU fire, vegetation within much of the project area was too dense for land managers to safely implement prescribed fire and achieve target fire behavior. However, the CZU fire has temporarily reduced understory fuel loads throughout portions of the region. Manual and mechanical treatments would help further reduce fuel loads in areas where high levels of standing vegetation remain. With reduced fuel density, state parks will be able to more safely conduct prescribed fire operations to encourage sustained forest health. All prescribed fire planning will first consider if the treatment is appropriate for the specific habitat following the CZU fire in 2020. Prescribed fire treatments for this project include broadcast burning and pile burning, and an example of pile burning treatment conducted by state parks is shown in the images on the right. All prescribed fire work will be carried out by state park staff under required CAL FIRE burn permits, will comply with the requirements to develop detailed burn plans and smoke management plans, and will occur under the supervision of a California State Park certified burn boss or equivalent. Exhibit 5 provides further details on prescribed burn protocols. Next slide, please.
Erin, can I jump in?
Yes, please.
Great. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Okay, as Claire also described earlier, the Cal VTP includes an extensive list of standard project requirements, or SPRs, and mitigation measures. The project has been designed to protect coastal resources through the implementation of 71 SPRs and 17 mitigation measures. These include a suite of best management practices to protect biological resources, including protocol surveys for special status wildlife and plants prior to implementing proposed treatments, biological monitoring during all treatment activities, and buffers from identified resource areas, such as watercourses and special status plants and wildlife. Staff is recommending a special condition regarding the preparation and use of accelerants to further protect water quality. Impacts to soil health will be minimized by retaining vegetation cover, limiting heavy equipment use, and keeping root systems intact to protect soil structure. As a staff ecologist covering this area, I have reviewed the proposed noids and agreed that, as conditioned, the project is consistent with the biological protection requirements of the certified PWPs. Next slide, please. While this project is designed to meet the protective requirements of the Cal VTP, a recent Court of Appeal decision found that the Cal VTP PEIR did not adequately analyze fire risk impacts from removing chaparral and coastal sage scrub. As a result, a trial court writ ordered that projects treating these vegetation types cannot rely on the Cal VTP PEIR unless they fall into limited categories such as the removal of flammable and non-native vegetation or the treatment of non-sensitive communities that have appeared following a recent wildfire. Under this project, sensitive chaparral communities will be left to reestablish naturally post-CZU fire. Using the most recent vegetation mapping available, less than 6% of the project area is considered chaparral or coastal sage scrub. Outside of these areas, the RITS treatment prohibition does not apply. However, if areas are identified in the field as chaparral or coastal sage scrub, they will be avoided or treated only under the limited exceptions allowed by the writ. This aligns with staff's recommended special condition 4 that limits the treatment of chaparral or coastal sage scrub through this NOID authorization to proceed only if it complies with the current trial court writ. I'll hand it back over to Claire.
Thanks, Rachel. Next slide, please. Regarding project implementation, State Parks is the project lead and implementing entity. The RCDs maintain responsibility for monitoring and oversight of project work within their respective PWP areas. Treatment can occur any time of the year, dependent on funding, as well as seasonal and timing restrictions. State Parks anticipates starting work under these NOIDs on a property owned by Save the Redwoods League and on portions of Año Nuevo and Big Basin State Park in 2027. Specific treatments and locations will be scheduled annually over the next 5 years when and where funding, equipment, and contractors can be secured. State Parks proposes to update a public website annually to describe treatments completed over the prior year and provide information about anticipated treatments for the coming year. Because these NOIDs allow flexibility in prioritizing treatment areas from year to year, staff recommends Special Condition 3, requiring State Parks to submit a summary of proposed treatment types and activities with rare plant surveys and landowner agreements prior to implementation of work on any individual property for the review and approval of the executive director. Where prescribed fire is proposed, final burn plans must also be submitted. One commenter requested Special Condition 3 be revised to have the Commission itself conduct this review after public hearing, as opposed to the executive director, due to the large scale of this project. However, staff believes that the PWP and CalVTP standards provide enough specific protections and standards that the Commission can find now that the entire project will be in conformity with the PWP, even though we don't know the exact timing, location, and combination of treatment activities that will be implemented within the overall project boundaries. Acknowledging that case-specific issues may arise in any individual treatment activity context, Executive Director Review offers oversight and an opportunity to check that treatment activities fall within what's expected and meet key standards. While we acknowledge that this does not involve a public hearing, the RCDs, State Parks, and Commission staff welcome input on individual activities as they are reviewed, and State Parks will have a website to inform the public of future treatments, as mentioned earlier. Also, as described earlier, the fundamental goal of the PWPs and NOIDs is to streamline approval of appropriate projects, like the current project that is an 100% forest health project. As such, staff does not believe that requiring another hearing is the appropriate way to gather input on future NOID-covered activities, but is committed to working with the Sierra Club and others as the individual activities roll out. Next slide, please. In addition to the coastal resource protection measures Rachel described earlier, the CalVTP SPRs and PWPs include notification procedures for specific vegetation treatment activities, such as prescribed burning, which State Parks has proposed to implement. In response to concerns from nearby landowners regarding notification for prescribed burns, State Parks is also committed to direct communication with landowners prior to, during, and after completion of prescribed burn operations. Landowners that opt in for updates will also be directly notified in the event of an escaped prescribed fire. State Parks outline these commitments and additional communication procedures for prescribed burn operations in Exhibit 6, as summarized on the slide. Next slide, please. Before I close, I want to thank the RCDs and State Parks for their partnership to improve wildfire resilience in this region. Staff believes that this project has been well designed to meet the requirements of both PWPs, and that the outcome should be both increased forest health and fire resiliency within the coastal zone of San Mateo County and northern Santa Cruz County. Staff recommends that the Commission approve both NOIDs as conditioned. The motions can be found on page 6 of the staff report. This concludes the staff presentation, and we are available for questions.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, I think with that, we will pause this item and go into closed session. Remind my colleagues not to speak about this item because it is still ongoing, and we'll pick it back up when we return from closed session and lunch at 12:30, 12:15. Perfect. Thanks, everyone. Okay, thank you everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch break. I'm going to start by turning to our Chief Counsel, Ms. Warren. You need to report out.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. At lunch, the Commission met in closed session and it received litigation information and advice and took action on Space Exploration Technologies Corporation versus California Coastal Commission. And that concludes my report.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So I believe we left off, we had just finished the staff report for item, can you remind me of the item number? 14A?
14A.
14A, great. So I will reopen, we never closed, I'll continue that item. Are there any ex partes to report? Okay, seeing no ex partes, we will open the public hearing. Chris, I'll turn it to you to begin.
All right, we have a total of 12 speakers signed up to speak for this item. Thank you for waiting through lunch for that. First will be Kellex Nelson, who is actually my former boss when I was a wee intern at the San Mateo RCD. So, Kellex Nelson, no, she was one of the applicants on this.
I'm here. Yes,
Hi.
I'm here.
Hi, Kellex. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, before I do, I see it said at 2 minutes. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Oh, my comments were going to be about 3 minutes. We had divided up as presenters. Is that still possible?
Through the chair, this is the applicant's presentation.
Yes. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for having us today. I'm delighted to be here for this agenda item. In October 2020, Governor Newsom signed an executive order establishing 30 by 30, an ambitious landmark goal to conserve 30% of California's lands and waters by 2030, a mere 4 years from now. It included a call to find efficiencies in permitting habitat restoration. To accomplish that goal, the Natural Resources Agency established the Cutting Green Tape Initiative to advance environmental projects. The Department of Fish and Wildlife and State Water Resources Control Board established new expedited permitting tools. You, the Coastal Commission, set a priority in your strategic plan to develop new approaches to expedite review of these projects and partnered with us to develop new public works plans for programmatic permitting. These plans leverage California's investment in a statewide CEQA document while ensuring fidelity to the special protections of the California Coastal Act. So we're all rowing together here to ensure high priority, high quality environmental protection and efficient use of public funds to result in more work on the ground. Another outcome of these public works plans is that they catalyze partnerships like you see here, bringing together the resources of 5 conservation organizations, state parks, 2 resource conservation districts, Semper Virens Fund, and Save the Redwoods League, with tremendous professional expertise in science-informed, boots-on-the-ground natural resource management. Then last week, Secretary Crowfoot of the Natural Resources Agency and Secretary Garcia of California's Environmental Protection Agency sent a memo to all staff, boards, and commissions of California to think big and be bold to address climate and biodiversity crises. They ask us to lean into processes that expedite this essential work, and they ask us to reconsider risk, recognize the risk of hesitating, the risk of doing smaller piecemeal projects, and the risk of moving slower. As Secretary Crowfoot often says, winning slowly on climate change is losing. This project demonstrates that we can move forward with collaborative, landscape-scale stewardship of our natural resources across public and private lands to accomplish California's climate and biodiversity goals at the scale and pace that are absolutely necessary. I'm so excited about this project and immensely grateful to the tireless work of Commission staff who've done the heavy lifting to bring this decision before you today. And I'd like to invite my colleague to provide additional comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And also on Zoom, we have Matt Abernathy, Anthony Castaños, and Hudson Northrop in this group. So go ahead.
Great, thank you. Yes, thanks for taking the time, and thank you, Kellex, for providing that outline. I wanted to build off of the coastal staff report from this morning and really emphasize that this project is unique as it crosses both Santa Cruz and San Mateo counties. Because of this geography and the ownership mosaic, we needed to collaborate and have representation from both RCDs as well as all of the partnering landowners throughout this process to ensure that this PSA reflected the full landscape as well as achieving regulatory requirements. And importantly, rather than piecemealing this into separate plans, we intentionally chose to work together to create one cohesive cross-boundary planning effort. This approach allowed for consistent planning and treatment design, and it will allow for coordinated implementation, monitoring, and environmental compliance across this entire project area. And with the two resource conservation districts holding two separate public work plans, the RCD's role in this partnership has included oversight and technical assistance to ensure that this partnership and this project was designed from the beginning to be fully consistent with each county's PWP and be compliant with both sets of coastal vegetation treatment standards. Because the project area spans two counties, this PSA has to function as a single technical document capable of supporting these two independent Coastal Act pathways while keeping the project cohesive across jurisdictions. And throughout the process, we worked very closely with the Coastal Commission staff to ensure that we were efficiently and consistently adhering to both PWP processes. I'd like to summarize that the Coastal Santa Cruz Mountains PSA is a model of how two counties, multiple landowners, two RCDs, and the Coastal Commission staff can collaborate from the outset to deliver a unified landscape scale forest health project. I'll now hand it over to my colleague Anthony at Save the Redwoods League.
Thank you, Matt. My name is Anthony Castaños. I'm the Senior Land Stewardship Manager with Save the Redwoods League. Save the Redwoods is a major proponent of this work. We've been implementing these types of forest restoration treatments across the Redwood Range for decades, both on our own held lands and in partnership with state parks and other public agencies. Our most notable project is known as Redwoods Rising, where we've been working with Redwood National and state parks to restore thousands of acres of redwood forest in Humboldt and Del Norte counties. These type of treatments have shown very positive impacts towards the fire resiliency of the forest. We've seen wildfires burning at high intensity coming from neighboring lands and then dropping dramatically in intensity once they reach the forest stands that were treated on our lands in years prior. In those same wildfires, the neighboring areas that were untreated and left to nature burned at very high intensity, and many of the redwoods were killed and rare habitat was lost. In order to accomplish the scale of restoration work needed and address the increasing risk of wildfire, it's critical to work with our neighbors, cross boundary lines, and conduct the restoration work at a landscape scale. So with that, I'll hand it off to our partner in state parks for their portion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Hudson Northrop?
Yeah, hi everyone. So I'm Hudson Northrop. I'm speaking here on behalf of California State Parks. As you all consider this project, I just wanted to reiterate the State Parks mission statement, which is to provide for the health, inspiration, and education of the people of California by helping to preserve the state's extraordinary biological diversity and to protect its most valued natural and cultural resources. I bring that up just to remind everyone that ultimately, all the actions that we propose to implement as part of this project are all done with the intent of preserving biodiversity and protecting those natural resources, as stated in the mission statement. Specifically, in the context of this project, that looks at protecting the old growth redwoods throughout the park, restoring all of the wildlife habitat, maintaining the wildlife habitat, and working to protect and restore all of the rare and sensitive species found throughout this park. I believe our mission statement aligns strongly with the intent of the PWPs and the mission of the Coastal Commission. I believe at this time, our group wants to reserve some time to speak at the end for rebuttal. So I'll cut myself off there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Timothy Federal, Lisa Lurie, Portia Halbert, and then we'll move on to general members of the public. So Timothy Federal.
Thanks. I believe actually we were hoping to speak in the rebuttal.
Okay, sounds good.
The rating members of the applicant pool.
Lisa Lurie.
That's the same. I think the remainder of the applicants are just available to answer questions during the rebuttal period.
Okay. All right, moving on to our general speakers then. Mike Guth, Susan Kirks, Nancy Okada, and Jerry Bush. Mike Guth, you're moving in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute soon. When you're able to, please unmute and begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and commissioners. Mike Guth speaking for the Sierra Club, and I do hope you can hear me. Is that true?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. So thank you. Next slide, please. The Sierra Club does not find the subject notices of impending development as submitted consistent with the goals of the Santa Cruz and San Mateo Public Works plans. Our letter discussing this is at page 41 of your correspondence file. Protecting communities and promoting long-term forest health may require very different strategies. We just saw the addendum this morning that says that these are all forest health projects, but that's clearly contradicted by all the applicant statements about fire management. Next slide, please. Your commission approved the Santa Cruz PWP in 2021. Projects are intended to enhance habitat values. Next slide, please. So here's what we're concerned about, that this plan could lead to very dramatic thinning. These are images from the project as submitted, and what they're going for is what's on the right. Dramatic thinning over an unspecified, very large area. Next slide, please. Forest health indicators are listed here: lichens and fungi, ferns and mosses, birds and wildlife. These forest health indicators tend to plummet after heavy thinning. Soil health is the key to forest health, and dead trees and understory rebuild the soil. Next slide, please. Your commission has approved under the Santa Cruz PWP a Skylark Ranch project, 40 acres with treatment areas clearly marked. Next slide, please. And Last Chance Road, your commission approved, public hearing, 33 acres, treatment areas clearly marked, stay out areas clearly marked. Next slide, please. And here's where we get into the difficulty. This is 12,000 areas outlined in red with the entire area marked for treatment, including portions of it with bulldozers like this. Next slide, please. We believe treatment projects need individual review. We support Coastal Commission staff special condition 3 with substantial conformance review of proposed treatments. But as opposed to being done by the ED, we prefer that it came up to the commission to allow for public review and transparency. We thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Susan Kirks.
Thank you. Susan Kirks. I support the presentation by Mike Guth of the Sierra Club, support 100% everything that was just stated. This is a huge area with such a blanket type of proposed approval that brings many issues of concern up, including, I hope you had a chance to review the San Mateo County Bird Alliance correspondence, also requesting project level reviews, public input, and approval. Without question, these types of projects should have public input. With all due respect to the executive director, that is insufficient for review by these groups who are collaborating, and with all due respect to them, to ask you to approve this enormous type of plan. And the species that are involved, the birds, the small creatures, the insects, the actual biodiversity and ecosystem that comprise a huge part of the forest and the, quote, forest health, unquote, must be considered, must be studied, must be considered with all regulatory with all regulatory laws upheld, and this requires public input. I absolutely oppose the proposal that this large-scale plan would come back with reviews by and approval by the executive director. That is wrong, and that is not consistent with the work of your commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nancy Okada. Nancy, I see you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute now.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm sure I have okay. I think I'm going to have to hang just a minute. Let me get out of here and just up. Okay, I'm going to do that. All right. Okay. You can hear me now. All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. Nancy Okada, Sierra Club, California Coastal Commission Committee. And I'd like to just point out, first of all, it was interesting that Rachel was channeling the mouse when she spoke earlier, because those little mice are part of the creatures in the forest who contribute to forest health. And in fact, in these noids, they're supposed to only cover forest health, but your staff document focused only on fire prevention. And we really are very, very concerned about the forest health that needs to be preserved and is preserved if this kind of blatant activity of masticating and burning the forest is done in small portions that come back to the commission for review, each and every one. I'd like to point out with the process of this is that our Sierra Club letter was not posted initially. We had to make sure it was posted. It was posted on Monday or Tuesday. And then this morning, the addendum was posted. And the commissioners don't have a chance to see these documents. And this is very important because they need to be able to fully understand exactly what is going on in terms of the agencies that go in and have carte blanche to do anything they want if in fact you give them this kind of approval. The Sierra Club is only asking that you would special condition 3, that in fact it comes back to the commission. Each and every item comes back to the commission for your review, commissioners, because you are the responsible body and you are one of the few agencies that actually listens to the public and actually responds to the public and answers the public's calls. So many agencies, you can't even find anybody to talk to. You're routed around a mass of electronic craziness. And you commissioners are one of the few agencies that works. And I want to thank you for being one that works. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Bush.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I am Jerry Bush. Today I'm speaking as a private resident, but I support the Sierra Club's position. The RCD plan raises serious concerns beyond any permit conditions regarding post-fire succession, the competitive dynamics between ceanothus and conifer regeneration, the role of snags in soil ecology, type conversion to grassland, and fundamental questions about large-scale landscape conversion. The Court of Appeal, today I'm going to focus on scrub chaparral and standing trees. The Court of Appeal found that the Board of Forestry abused its discretion by certifying an EAR that failed to analyze how vegetation treatment of chaparral and coastal scrub increases landscape flammability through type conversion. Even adjacent to chaparral stands, this is an issue. And I would ask you to condition approval on 100 meter no mechanical treatment buffer to historic stands of coastal scrub and chaparral. Regarding snags and carbon, the plan authorizes the removal of large trees at a default 16-inch DBH threshold, but creates an exception for trees of any size. I asked the Commission to require a 24-inch DBH floor for live tree retention and a 20-inch DBH minimum for snag retention, and a baseline carbon accounting condition. Thank you.
Thank you. We had one other speaker signed up, Karen Maki. We're not able to find you in the Zoom list. If you are there, please raise your hand. Okay, I see the hand raised. San Mateo County Dems. You should be able to unmute now.
Okay, my name is Karen Mackey. I'm chair of the Sierra Club State Forest Committee. And California has two types of fires: fires in wild areas and fires in developed areas. Unfortunately, the California government allocates 95% of its funding to address fires in wild areas. We must focus our time and money, more of it, on making homes themselves and communities safer. But because an ember can fly 2 or 3 miles in a strong wind. So far, since 2019, the state has allocated, they've rebuilt 119 homes, and that's all they've done for houses. So I'm asking that you put more attention to retaining large trees. Whether they're living or dead, they rebuild the soil. And also I'm asking that fire management activities must increase stored carbon. That must be a goal. Storing carbon, removing it from the atmosphere, addresses climate change, and it also increases the amount of carbon stored on our public lands. Forest management activities must also seek to rebuild the soil. That means less use of mechanical equipment that can disrupt mycorrhizal fungi networks and destroy seed banks and dry out the soil. Dead vegetation is nature's fertilizer. Dead plants and animals decay and restore soil nutrients. The removal of vegetative material impoverishes the soil. It is far better to let trees decay in place and to mulch smaller vegetation. I would like to also see actual monitoring and accounting for carbon that's removed during the project.
Thank you. There are no other speakers, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you very much. Well, with that, I think we'll return to the applicant, and they've asked for 5 minutes for a rebuttal. Thank you. Please go ahead.
All of them are on.
We're hoping for David Kalman to join. Is he on? He's having difficulty
Yes.
speaking.
We're moving him in right now. Sorry about that. David is now in, so you should be able to unmute.
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Chair Harmon, commissioners, and staff. Thank you for having us. My name is David Kalman, and I'm the Director of Stewardship for Sempervirens Fund, and I'm also a California Registered Professional Forester. In addition to my professional work in the Santa Cruz Mountains, which has spanned over a decade, and my organization's 126 years of experience protecting and conserving coast redwoods in the Santa Cruz Mountains, I also have published research specifically looking at fire ecology in Big Basin Redwood State Park. I don't think it's an effective use of my time to address all of the concerns raised today because they are thoroughly considered in the several hundred-page CEQA document and Notice of Impending Development, and baked into the standard project requirements that we must follow as part of this process. However, first and foremost, fire management and disturbance ecology is forest health. The health of our forests is critically dependent on their relationship to fire and fire surrogates. It's been demonstrated time and time again that prescribed fire and fuel reduction efforts have real tangible benefits both to reestablish ecologically appropriate disturbance processes, reduce the impacts of high-intensity wildfire, and in many cases stimulate growth of native understory species. Our forests in the Santa Cruz Mountains are not untouched by human hands. They were stewarded for millennia by indigenous people, then clear-cut logged, and even now are impacted by a changing climate, suppression of low and moderate intensity fire, nitrogen deposition from vehicles, and human usage. As long as the Santa Cruz Mountains have been characterized by the plant communities that we see today, they have been stewarded by people. We can't decide whether or not humans will impact the region. They already have and they already are, but we can have a hand in helping to prepare the mountains to better handle those impacts and recover. The means and methods proposed in this project follow conservation and restoration best management practices and have a demonstrated history of success in this region. The forest proposed for this project is near and dear to my heart personally, my organization's heart, and we wholeheartedly believe that this project is an effective approach to ensuring that these forests have a fighting chance in the face of a changing climate. I'll now pass it back to my colleagues.
I think I'll go next.
Please go
My name
ahead.
is Portia Halbert. Thank you. My name is Portia Halbert. I am the Natural Resources Program Manager here at California State Parks. And I would echo what David has talked about in terms of many of the comments were really directly addressed in our project documents in terms of our requirements for implementing the different work products. Now, in terms of the size of the area, I think there was mention towards 12,000 acres, and that does sound like a large area to cover. However, the different projects that we will implement as part of this project will be much smaller than that. They will not be us moving from one end of the forest to the other, treating the entire swath as we go. There will be smaller projects as funding is available, and each of those projects will be submitted with notification to the ED. The public does have the opportunity to comment directly to us at state parks. I pride our outreach efforts in terms of making sure people have the opportunity to come and see our projects. We will, I invite any of the commenters to reach out, and we will take you to the different places we have worked and the places we will plan to work to invite that discussion in the field. Much of the work that we are doing is directly related to different studies and science based on this work, showing the improvements that are seen in the forest after the work is completed. Now, David mentioned fire management is forest health management. We know from the CZU fire that the areas that burned a decade earlier and burned again in the CZU fire had a thicket of ceanothus regrowth. They created conditions where the forest burned white hot and vastly changed it. It is no longer the same forest it once was. Our work will help protect the forest itself as it is post-fire, and to protect areas that have still some good remaining old growth habitat. That is a high priority for us. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues for further comments.
Thanks, Portia. I think I'll just jump in real quick. Hudson Northrop here again with State Parks. I just want to reiterate, I hear all the concerns about, protecting the wildlife and all the species. I'll re-emphasize what David mentioned, that many of those concerns are already addressed as required by the PWP and in our document. This project was also reviewed by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We proposed to them all of our protection measures. They had the opportunity to comment and approved our proposed project as designed. I also want to hit back on, I believe it was Jerry's point that brought up the court decision about the Cal VTP, and clarify that this project is specifically designed to comply with the outcome of that court decision. I believe there's a special condition your staff added to the approval of the NOID that directs us to comply with that. And lastly, I just want to emphasize that we've done extensive work monitoring throughout the park, and we are well aware there are hundreds and hundreds of dead trees per acre throughout the project area. We have every intention to remain standing dead trees that are relevant habitat to wildlife. We don't even really have the capacity to remove all those trees, but we have every intention to retain habitat, retain standing dead trees, allow those to cycle. We specifically want to, protect the remaining live old growth trees, specifically do treatments around those. I think I'll step back and let the rest of our team jump in, but thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll close the public hearing and return to our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yep. So as you heard from our staff ecologist, Dr. Rachel Pausch, as well as from the applicant team, this project will result in an improvement to the health and resilience of these ecosystems. You also heard from State Park staff describing their commitment to public engagement and working with interested parties to understand how this project will be implemented. Commission staff also encourage public engagement. However, the Sierra Club's request to modify Special Condition 3 is not appropriate Executive director review of these treatment activities as they are further developed is the appropriate level of review. We have enough information in the project to determine that this project is consistent with the standards of the PWP. The ED is simply going to confirm that as treatment activities are identified each coming year, that those have been developed in order to meet those standards. In addition, you heard some requests from speakers to impose additional conditions. I want to remind the commission that our standard of review here is the standards of the PWP. So we can't impose additional requirements beyond those standards. And we heard some comments regarding carbon. SPR GHG-1 requires that project proponents provide data regarding carbon if their project is subject to AB 1504. But we don't believe that that applies here.
I'd like to add just a couple of a little kind of higher overarching comments. I mean, I think this commission is well aware, and some of you have been personally impacted by fires and wildfires in our state. It's been a huge effort at state government to try to figure out how we can protect our forests and our communities given climate change and anticipated increasing fire risk all up and down the state. So we have been part of that conversation. And we have worked really hard as an agency to find a way to expedite these types of reviews for fire resilience projects, but in a way that's protective of resources and that it considers the Coastal Act. And so we have developed this process through the PWP and then the NOIDs that come after in an effort to be responsive to that. And I want to make that really clear. It's been a statewide effort. And I really want to appreciate our partners at parks, at the RCDs, at the various organizations that you heard today, because it has been a group effort. We all have the same goals. We want this to be healthy forest. We want to avoid these huge, very high burning fires that can just devastate. We've all seen it. I don't think I need to go into the horror of the impacts associated with those fires. And we want to avoid that, and we want to make sure that our habitats are healthy and that our communities are protected. So I want to thank our staff. They have been working overtime to find a way to review these projects in a way that is sound under the Coastal Act and do it at lightning speed. And I'm proud of the work we're doing and just want to give you that overall context before we get into any of the details of this project. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, so with that, I will return to the commission. Comments, questions? We'll begin with Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks so much. I just also want to share my appreciation for all of the partners for the state and all of the state agencies, for Semper Virens, Save the Redwoods League. Within the thanks of the state agencies, of course, state parks. For all of us that love this part of the state, this has just been a horrible, horrible hit. I mean, so many of us that have camped at Big Basin. I was actually on the State Park Commission when we did the general plan for Big Basin, and Big Basin, is one of the first state parks, if not sort of generally acknowledged to be the first. So it's a big deal, and it's a big deal to people. It's not just some anonymous area, and I feel that. I feel what the Sierra Club, John Muir Project, et cetera, are saying. And because of that, I've gone back and forth on the need for this to return to the commission as the Sierra Club is requesting. And I think that my concern about that is that I think it's beyond what we need to do. However, what I would like to see, Dr. Hucklebridge, is for you to return at such time that these review requests come forward and to include an update on the specifics of them in your director's report. And then if we find at that time that there are things that we're concerned about, to have an opportunity to open public comment, because I think that's really what the Sierra Club is getting to here. They want an opportunity to know what's going on and be able to comment, and it's really hard to find a public forum to do that. So that's kind of where I am on it. I'd really like updates as this moves forward.
Through the chair, I think that's a great solution. I think we can, as reviews come in, if I am reviewing and approving a plan as an example, we can include that as an element, just like we do emergency permits, for example, in my executive director report.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Eckerly.
Thank you, Chair. I want to appreciate Vice Chair's recommendation, elegant solution to kind of create visibility while continuing to allow these projects to move forward quickly. I want to emphasize Secretary Crowfoot's focus and priority on accelerating these types of projects that build critical wildfire resilience, that protect private property and public safety, reducing the risk of extreme wildfires, and really improving forest and ecosystem health. So I have, as I think everybody on this commission, full trust in the judgment and discretion of our executive director. And I look forward to getting a readout on how these are moving forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Nodoff.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. I just want to point out that it's the sheer scale of this, I think, is like as we scale these up, we really we don't want to give blanket approvals. We want to look at the site-specific needs. So I think this is a good way to approach that. As a person who lives in a WUI community, I am very acutely aware of the need to move deliberately forward on making our communities more resilient and protected. So I think this makes good sense, and I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to comment in a timely manner. Thank you.
I concur with the comments of all of my colleagues, and I appreciate in particular the proposal presented by Vice Chair Hart. I think there's agreement that seems like a really excellent path forward. So I'm excited about that and happy to support. So I'll entertain Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, coming in from the VIP, just want to say I align myself with the comments as well. I think it's important that we move and create fire protection in a time when we can, in ways that have really been thought through and approached with a lot of care. And while we know we'll never get to perfection, I like the way that Vice Chair Hart has tried to thread the needle with this proposal, and we'll be happy to support it today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Vice Chair Hart, are you prepared to make the motion?
I guess so. All right, I move the commission determine that the development described in Notice of Impending Development SMC NOID 000725 as conditioned pursuant to the staff recommendation, as well as my comments that have been generally, there's consensus among the commission, is consistent with the San Mateo County Forest Health and Fire Resilience Public Works Plan, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
A motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by Commissioner Kelly. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing no objections, the motion passes.
I move that the commission determine that the development described in the Notice of Impending Development VTP NOID 00825 as conditioned pursuant to staff recommendation, as well as the comments that were that the commission shared in that I made earlier, are consistent with the certified Santa Cruz County Forest Health and Fire Resilience Public Works Plan, and I recommend a yes vote.
I'll second. It's a motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by me. We're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much for this important work. Okay, and with apologies to the folks here for the enforcement item, we're going to quickly get through item 15. It'll take just a minute. If we could move to the Deputy Director's report for the Central Coast District. Come on up.
Yes, item 15 is the Central Coast Deputy Director's report, and this means for reporting one waiver. That's for improvements at Culvert Park near Morro Rock and Morro Bay. We're not aware of any objections or controversy regarding questions whether more commissioners object. If not, then the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Any ex partes? Any public comments?
No speakers.
Great. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no such objections, the commission concurs. Okay. Now, as we let our staff change over, we are going to be moving to what I believe is item 8. Thank you very much. And I'll just go ahead and get started. We will now consider agenda items number 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3, which share a single combined staff report, including the consent cease and desist order number CCC-26-CD-02, 8.2, the consent administrative penalty number CCC-26-AP-01, and 8.3, consent administrative penalty number CCC-26-AP3-02. The consent order and consent administrative penalties are all proposed to be issued to the Center for Natural Lands Management, Dana Point, Orange County. Would the alleged violator and/or its representatives please identify themselves for the record? Okay. Yes, please come forward. You could just come to the mic and introduce yourself, please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. My name is Deborah Rogers, and I'm the Executive Director for the Center for Natural Lands Management. Should I introduce the others with me today?
That's great for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To our staff, can you please identify what items are already part of the record?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The record consists of the contents of the staff report and supporting documents and the addendum, along with the public documents in the violation file and today's hearing itself.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Hagee. And how long will you and your staff need for the presentation?
30 minutes.
Great. Thank you. There shouldn't have been any ex parte communications, but I'll ask, do any commissioners have any ex partes to report? Okay. Seeing none, I'm now going to review the rules for this proceeding. Our staff has asked for up to 30 minutes for its presentation, so I'll give the alleged violator the same amount of time. They may also request to reserve some of that time for their own rebuttal. After any presentation by the alleged violator, we will allow 3 minutes for any other party who'd like to speak as an interested member of the public, after which I may allow the alleged violator to use any of their reserved rebuttal time to respond to comments from interested persons. Our staff will then typically respond to the testimony and to any new evidence introduced. Anyone who speaks at this hearing may propose questions, either orally or in writing, that they would like commissioners to ask of any other party, but it's not appropriate to suggest questions to be asked to yourself. Commissioners may, but are not required to ask those proposed questions. Okay, so now we are going to begin the public hearing with the staff presentation, and I will turn it over to you, Ms. Hagee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. This matter involves the attempt to harmonize protections for two very important resources under the Coastal Act: public access to the coast and endangered species. In this case, a very imperiled species, the Pacific pocket mouse. You can see in this photo how tiny the pocket mouse is. It would weigh about the same as a nickel or 2 pennies in your hand. The pocket mouse is one of the most endangered animals in the United States. Prior to discovery of the populations at Dana Point Preserve in 1994, it was believed to have gone extinct completely. It is still known to occur in just 2 places worldwide: the preserve, which is the area at the heart of this matter, and on Camp Pendleton. The preserve is also the location of a popular bluff-top trail that winds through the habitat for the pocket mouse population. As is well supported by the agencies uniquely tasked with protecting the pocket mouse, including the United States Fish and Wildlife Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Unfortunately, human disturbance from pedestrian activity is one of the primary threats to the pocket mouse's survival at the preserve, and thus globally. Because of the significance of the preserve for the survival of the pocket mouse and the potential for disturbance from use of the trail, the Commission certified the specific plan that covers the preserve on the basis that it included protections for the pocket mouse. Specifically, the LCP for this area requires the owner of the preserve, the Center of Natural Land Management, to set trail hours that are consistent with the recommendations of the wildlife agencies to protect habitat and sensitive species such as the pocket mouse. CNLM is a nonprofit formed for the protection and management of natural resources at various properties throughout the state. To this point, CNLM has not obtained authorization for trail hours per the recommendations of the wildlife agencies, which we'll talk about in more detail in a minute. For their part, CLNM has submitted a CDP application to the city, which has a commission-certified LCP for this area, to authorize trail hours that are intended to meet the recommendations of the wildlife agencies. And the agencies have supported CLNM's proposed hours in correspondence. However, the city's CDP process has not concluded, despite CLNM having submitted an application in 2024, in part due to the city's requirement for an additional CEQA document. Generating that documentation, and thus the permit process, is expected to take many months to conclude. In the meantime, the trail hours that are in effect without any of the required authorization under the LCP or Coastal Act, which are 7 a.m. to sunset 7 days a week, are not consistent with the recommendations of the wildlife agencies, as they're not protective of the pocket mouse. In addition, the beginning of pocket mouse breeding season, which is generally considered to start in March, is upon us, and when avoidance of disruption of the pocket mouse behavior is especially critical for the health of the population of the preserves, and therefore begs for immediate action to set trail hours that are protective of the mouse. Establishing trail hours requires authorization, since it is a change of access. With the city CDP process not currently an option for expeditious institution of protective trail hours, this consent agreement presents a mechanism for the Commission to direct and authorize CNLM to implement interim trail hours consistent with the recommendations of the wildlife agencies and the substantive requirements of the LCP, while preserving significant opportunities for public access at the site. The proposed consent agreement also requires CNLM to obtain a CDP for the long-term authorization of trail hours, and addresses their monetary liability for the matters at issue by requiring them to fund, design, and implement a program for free public tours at the preserves, including for the general public and for students from underserved communities. As you will hear, staff worked closely and collaboratively with CLNM and greatly appreciates their cooperation and participation in crafting this resolution, which is designed to provide legal authorization for the hours pending the completion of the CDP process. We look forward to working with both CNLM and the City of Dana Point, who we also look forward to working with to protect both the mouse and public access. We're pleased to detail a proposed agreement for your consideration. Today's presentation will be given by Andrew Willis, who's Enforcement Staff Counsel for Southern California, who is the lead on this case. Commission ecologist Dr. Corey Clatterbrook, who prepared a staff ecology memo for this item, which is posted on our website, is joining us by Zoom. And to my right is Deputy Chief Counsel Alex Helprin, who's also available today. Andrew?
Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. Next slide, please. The Dana Point Preserve is located on a seaside promontory in Dana Point. Next slide, please. This slide shows some of the key features of the preserve and the surrounding area. The preserve makes up most of the promontory or headlands on this slide. The trail at issue winds along the edge of the bluff. You can just make it out on this slide. The preserve is a component of the Headlands Residential, Commercial, and Parks project. And there's a lot of history to the Headlands, which was a massive project approved by the city after the Commission certified the Headlands Specific Plan. The preserve was one of the only remaining open space areas after build-out. From this perspective, you can see areas of the Headlands residential areas, as well as a beach access trail on the left side snaking down the bluff, and the sandy beach at Strands Beach, both of which were required to be made public by the Headlands Plan. Also, as a requirement of the Headlands Plan, CNLM obtained the preserve in 2005 and has managed it for the conservation of natural resources since then. Next slide, please. On the preserve, there are a number of protected plant species, plant communities, wildlife species, and habitats for wildlife species. But today we're going to focus on one species, the federally endangered Pacific pocket mouse and its habitat, because of the unique intersection between its survival and pedestrian traffic on the trail at the preserve. This is coastal sage scrub at the Headlands, which was designated as environmentally sensitive habitat in the Headlands Plan, because of the rarity of this type of coastal sage scrub and the ecosystem functions it performs, including as habitat for the federally threatened coastal California gnatcatcher, the federally endangered pocket mouse, and up to 13 special status species. The pocket mouse inhabits sandy soils within the coastal sage scrub, where it forages for seeds mostly at night, storing seeds in its pocket cheeks and depositing seed balls throughout the habitat where they can help propagate new plant growth. And you can just make out some of those sandy soils in the spaces between the plants here. Next slide, please. Here is the pocket mouse, a tiny creature, as Lisa illustrated. It is just about 5 inches from nose to the tip of its tail. The pocket mouse is characterized as a narrow endemic because it has evolved to find a very limited range of habitat to be suitable. That is the sandy soils along the Southern California coast. It needs sandy soils in order to be able to tunnel and burrow throughout its habitat and to sandbathe as well. But this habitat requirement significantly reduced its distribution. Slide 6, please. To illustrate that limited distribution, here are all of the known locations of the pocket mouse. Formerly, the pocket mouse was found in suitable habitats from El Segundo up in LA County down to the Mexican border. The loss of coastal sage scrub and other sandy soil habitats to development, as well as human disturbance and invasion of non-native plants, decimated the pocket mouse population. The Dana Point Preserve is the northernmost dot on this slide. Sadly, one of these forward populations was lost since this exhibit in the Pocket Mouse Recovery Plan was prepared in 1998. That location was the population most subject to human disturbance from recreational activity, according to the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. Thus, recreational activity was potentially a significant factor in the pocket mouse's extirpation at that location. And thus, recreational activity at the preserve is also a critical consideration. Next slide, please. And that brings us to the nature trail on the preserve, which is located in documented pocket mouse habitat. As you can guess from the coastal views that the trail provides, as well as how quickly it can immerse people in wilderness in the middle of urban Orange County, this trail is very popular with the public. That popularity introduces a potential conflict between trail usage and the pocket mouse population, which is so susceptible to disturbance from trail use. Next slide, please. The preserve is effectively a pocket mouse island bordered by the coast and urban development. While this undeveloped block of coastal sage scrub allowed the pocket mouse to survive here, the island nature of the preserve also prevents the pocket mouse population from expanding or moving in order to avoid human disturbance. Next slide, please. Because of the fairly unique situation of a coastal trail through habitat for a severely imperiled species that is sensitive to disturbance from trail use, the LCP for the preserve and headlands area, the Headlands Development Conservation Plan, was certified with specific provisions designed to manage trail use for the protection of the pocket mouse. In essence, the Headlands Plan requires CNLM as the entity that received the property during the development process to manage the site, including access to the site, with the protection of sensitive species, in particular the pocket mouse, as a standard for management. Specifically, CNLM must set trail hours that are consistent with the Wildlife Agency's determinations to protect on-site resources. Next slide, please. CNLM has obtained input from the wildlife agencies regarding hours. Wildlife agency staff have significant knowledge of and experience with the site, having previously designated much of the preserve as a temporary Pacific pocket mouse preserve. That protection as a preserve was carried over and implemented by the Headlands Plan. In their joint May 2023 letter to CNLM, the wildlife agencies stressed the vulnerability of the pocket mouse population at the headlands, at the preserve specifically. Next slide, please. And they supported management of trail use at the preserve. Excuse me. Next slide. And confirmed that CNLM had revised the proposed habitat plan for the preserve to specify that trail hours will be 4 days per week with seasonal hours. These hours constitute the interim hours that this consent agreement will direct CNLM to implement. Commission ecology staff have assessed interim trail hours, and as outlined in Dr. Clatterbuck's memo, which is attached to the staff report as Exhibit 5, the proposed consent agreement hours are more conducive to the continued recovery of the pocket mouse than the existing hours, while still providing valuable access to the coast. Next slide, please. It's a good place to go over the history and status of the hours. When the preserve initially opened to the public in December 2009, the hours were 7 a.m. to sunset 7 days a week, although it is unclear how these hours were arrived at, but it is clear they were not authorized by the Headlands LCP or CDP. Prior to opening the trail to the public, CNLM had counted 82 pocket mice on the preserve in May 2009. 125,000 people visited the trail in 2011. That number rose to 260,000 by 2017. In 2019, CNLM counted 2 mice at the site, suggesting a negative reaction to the stream of visitors to the preserve. In March 2020, CNLM closed the trail to comply with the COVID-19 precautions. Shortly after the closure, CNLM documented 77 mice at the preserve, which provides further support for limiting hours. Thus, in the interest of protecting the pocket mouse, when stay-at-home orders were lifted in June 2021 and CNLM accordingly modified the hours, it reopened the trail with more limited hours than previously, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The reasoning for limiting the hours and providing rest days for the pocket mouse, as supported by the wildlife agencies and our ecology staff, is that doing so generally reduces human presence and thus disturbance at the preserve, and reduces human presence during low light hours when pocket mice have been found to be active. Being tiny and a potential prey item that spends much of its life underground, the pocket mouse is highly tuned to predator detection and thus is likely sensitive to noise, vibration, and scent from human use of the trail. The pocket mouse must make decisions about whether it is safe to leave its burrow to forage and engage in life activities. Human presence will affect those decisions, restricting both the area and time available to the pocket mouse to carry out its essential functions. In addition, sounds and vibration from trail use may disturb the pocket mice in their burrows while they're resting during the day in order to conserve energy for nighttime foraging and other activities. The limited hours instituted by CNLM were intended to expand the area of the preserve and time available to the pocket mouse without human disturbance. On rest days, the preserve is entirely open to the pocket mouse. The city challenged the limited hours in court as unpermitted and lacking a CDP, and at its request in November 2022, obtained a preliminary court order to return the hours to 7 a.m. to sunset 7 days a week. In its action, the court did not make any substantive findings about the appropriate hours. It merely undid the unpermitted hours. The consent agreement is consistent with the preliminary court order to undo the previous unpermitted hours instituted by CNLM. To that end, the consent agreement addresses the lack of permanent hours by requiring long-term authorization of trail hours through the CDP process and authorizing interim hours. Next slide, please. As noted per the court order, the trail hours are currently 7 a.m. to sunset. Data collected with those hours in place shows the negative effect on the pocket mouse of those trail hours. Although live trapping has not occurred since 2020, track tubes, and this is a track tube on the slide, which essentially record the footprints of mice, show that pocket mice were using the largest proportion of the preserve in 2021 when the limited hours were in place. The area of use has decreased to low points in 2024 and 2025, which shows the pocket mouse is now using a smaller area of the preserve, and thus presumably there are fewer mice than when the hours were previously more limited. This is so even though CNLM's vegetation management activities for the pocket mouse have ramped up or at least continued during that same period, showing how determinative hours are to the pocket mouse presence. Next slide, please. The commission staff became aware of the disagreement over the hours between the city and CNLM as well as the lack of authorized trail hours in 2021. It began to extensively correspond with the city, CNLM, and wildlife agencies as detailed on this slide in order to try to ensure the hours that are consistent with the LCP are authorized. Next slide, please. Pursuant to staff's direction, CNLM prepared both a habitat plan with hours in 2023, and that's a mechanism under the Headlands CDP to authorize trail hours, and a CDP application for trail hours in 2024. City staff declined to approve the habitat plan, saying, quote, if CNLM proposed an update to the HMMP that restricted public access to fewer days and hours than is currently permitted, city staff would not recommend that it be approved for a variety of reasons. The CDP application is held up while CNLM addresses the C-code documentation that the city has requested. Preparing that documentation is expected to take many months to complete. Despite its efforts, CNLM has not obtained authorization for trail hours as required by the LCP. That's point number one here. There is a basis to issue the cease and desist order. The cease and desist order is directed to CNLM since it is, as a recipient of the ownership of the preserve during the Headlands development process, the entity solely with the management authority and responsibility to set trail hours, although the hours need a CDP. And point two, the commission can issue this consent agreement to address this matter because although staff requested that the city address the LCP noncompliance, the city's actions to date have not done so. The present litigation is limited to addressing the trail hours that CNLM had instituted after COVID. The CDP will not bind CNLM to a resolution of the enforcement matter and will not be completed in a timely manner. On the other hand, this consent agreement creates an enforceable obligation that CNLM obtain authorization for trail hours and that it takes immediate action to protect the pocket mouse, which is not a part of any of the city's actions. Point three, the commission may attach terms and conditions to the order to ensure the pocket mouse is protected pursuant to the Coastal Act. The Coastal Act expressly allows the commission to authorize development through a cease and desist order to do so. Thus, authorizing interim trail hours is consistent with the Coastal Act. And point four, issuance and implementation of the cease and desist order to compel CNLM to institute hours that are protective of the pocket mouse is categorically exempt from CEQA, generally because the order is designed to protect and enhance the environment. Slide 17. Next slide. Pick it up. Okay. The consent agreement will require CNLM to obtain long-term authorization for hours, whether through its current CDP application, now pending before the city, or a habitat plan under the existing Headlands CDP. These processes will be appropriate to determine measures for long-term monitoring of the pocket mouse population and adaptive management, such as modifications of hours based upon mouse counts. The consent agreement also sets interim trail hours as supported by the wildlife agencies. That's 4 days a week, 8 to 6 in the summer and 8 to 4 in the winter. The consent agreement will also authorize and require CNLM to continue to manage vegetation at the site for sensitive habitat, in particular the pocket mouse, by reducing coverage by non-native plants and overgrowth. Next slide. As a quick overview of the access options in the area, here is a slide showing the Headlands Trail network. The trail through the preserve, shown in the lower blue line in the lower left, will be open pursuant to the hours on the previous slide. When the preserve trail is closed, there'll be other trails and parks open in the Headlands network. The Harbor Point Conservation Park, the yellow line in the lower right, and the Hilltop Conservation Park, and that's the green line, the upper right, will be open at sunset, open to sunset. On the other side of the preserve, the Switchback Trail, that's the red squiggly line down to the beach, as well as the beach itself, are open 24 hours a day. Those hours are requirements of our previous commission enforcement action to address public access violations at the Headlands residential area. Next slide. And here are views from Harbor Point and Hilltop Conservation Parks that will remain open at sunset. Next slide. On the next few slides, I'll quickly go over the basis for assessing administrative penalties. Since CNLM has not obtained authorization for trail hours that are protective of the mouse, it is out of compliance with the LCP provisions, which are intended to protect sensitive resources. Therefore, the Commission can impose an administrative penalty under 30821.3. Next slide. CNLM's institution of trail hours subsequent to COVID was a change of access to water and a change of intensity of use of recreational land that required authorization. However, CNLM did not obtain authorization for those changes, and then changes were in violation of the Coastal Act and LCP permitting requirements. Thus, the Commission may impose administrative penalty under 3821. Assessing the administrative penalties described here ensures that the Commission has comprehensively addressed the matter at hand, perpetuating its practice of reaching a full resolution of the violations that addresses through formal action. Next slide. The factors for calculating administrative penalties are listed in section 3820 of the Coastal Act. There's a much more detailed discussion of these calculations starting on page 30 of the staff report. Some of the more salient points to consider are that CNLM acted both to immediately set trail hours and that are protective of the pocket mouse and to obtain authorization for trail hours under the LCP, which it continues to do so and which this consent agreement requires it to do. Thus, the gravity, nature, and circumstance of the violation is not characterized by disregard for the Coastal Act, but rather an underlying intent to comply and protect the pocket mouse. CNLM has worked cooperatively and extensively with the staff to reach the agreement to resolve this matter consensually, thus both significantly reducing the cost to the state bringing this action and demonstrating its willingness to resolve this matter voluntarily. Finally, CNLM is also a nonprofit formed for the conservation of natural resources. It does not profit from violating LCP requirements that are in place to protect the pocket mouse. Indeed, by the nature of its mission, it is motivated to comply with these requirements. An aggregation of all of these factors and others discussed in the staff report prescribes assessment of a low administrative penalty. Next slide. In lieu of paying a monetary penalty, CNLM has agreed through this consent agreement to design, fund, and implement a program for weekly free tours to the preserve for members of the public, students from Title I schools and underserved communities. This program will provide significant value by enhancing the public's appreciation of the natural resources at the preserve, thus informing their visits to an extent that's not available now. Moreover, the program will hopefully create new stewards for the pocket mouse and spread awareness of its plight in ways people can protect the mouse during their visit and beyond. Next slide. That mostly concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions. Motions for the item start on page 10. There are 3 motions. I'll say, though, if it hasn't been evident throughout that the pocket mouse is in serious trouble and faces threats to its existence on multiple fronts, this consent agreement will not save the pocket mouse on its own. Much more work is needed to be done and is being done by many different entities, and we are thankful for that. This consent agreement does hand more time back to the pocket mouse to thrive at the preserve. A day or 2 here or there wouldn't seem like, where the mouse is free from disturbance, wouldn't seem to move the dial much. But as is evident from the statements of our ecology staff, staff of the wildlife agencies, and CNLM's on-site expert staff, changes to the trail hours affected by this consent agreement are of critical survival for the pocket mouse at the preserve and therefore globally. And we ask you to issue this consent agreement to direct CNLM to take this vital, immediate step to protect the pocket mouse. And that's it.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, may I ask you, Mr. Willis, to go back to the slide with the hours and just reread that to us one more time? I think we moved through it quickly.
It is slide.
The proposed hours?
Yes, the proposed hours. Thank you.
Let me see what slide that is. Oh, thank you. This one?
The proposed.
Oh, proposed?
Further down.
That would be.
Or you could just say them if you know the proposed hours off the top of your head.
That's slide 17, I think.
Yeah, 17.
So it's Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. These are the proposed interim hours. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. in the summer, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. in the winter.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, the alleged violator or its representatives may address the commission. Thank you, ma'am. Please come forward.
Commissioners, as I previously introduced myself, I'd just like to acknowledge now the people who are here with me, and they include Sarah Mueller, our General Counsel, Corey Merrill, who's our Regional Preserve Manager for what we call our South Coast region, and Russell Morse, who's an attorney with the law firm Myers Nave. The Center for Natural Lands Management, the respondent of this consent order, strongly supports staff's recommendations that the Commission approve the consent agreement between the Coastal Commission and CNLM. As you know, we have been working closely with Commission staff on implementation of trail hours that comply with the LCP, and we believe this consent agreement is a necessary step in that process. Implementation of this consent agreement will contribute towards protection of the extremely sensitive species at the Dana Point Preserve. Next slide. Oh, didn't see any slides yet. I should have mentioned we have a presentation.
Roger's presentation, they can bring it up. They're working on it. There we go.
Thank you. And you can move to the next slide, please. As has been previously mentioned, CNLM is a nonprofit organization. We've been working in California for 36 years to serve our mission, which is to manage and protect sensitive and endangered species in their natural habitats. We have approximately 100 preserves in California, and at most of them, we own the property or hold a conservation easement, and we manage and protect the property in perpetuity. CNLM specializes in preserving land with endangered and threatened species, and for that reason, we were asked to acquire and manage the property that's known now as the Dana Point Preserve. Next slide, please. And here you see an aerial view of the headlands as it was in 2005 before development began. CNLM has owned the Dana Point Preserve since 2005, and it served as part of the mitigation for the headlands development. At the time of our acquisition, an endowment was provided to us through the generosity of the Harry and Grace Steele Foundation to protect the preserve and its resources in perpetuity. We use that endowment to manage the preserve for the protection of the endangered Pacific pocket mouse and the threatened coastal California gnatcatcher, as well as a number of other special status species. We do this work in consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and we also work closely with pocket mouse experts from the U.S. Geological Survey and the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance. Just to clarify some apparent misconceptions among some of the public, we want to say this. First, CNLM is not a government agency. We are a nonprofit organization. We do not receive tax dollars from the city of Dana Point, and our staff are employees of CNLM, paid by CNLM, and we do not have a management contract with the city. CNLM is a private landowner with property located within the city of Dana Point. Our funding for management of the preserve comes from our endowment. That money cannot be spent at CNLM's other properties or for other purposes than managing the preserve. Next slide, please. And here you see an aerial photo of the headlands shortly after development began. And on to the next slide. And here's another aerial photo of the headlands taken more recently from 2025. And as you can see, the preserve right on the headlands is one of the few remaining undeveloped areas here. And the habitat it provides for sensitive species is not linked to any other habitat. The species there have no other place to go. Next slide, please. For those of you who have not visited the preserve, here's a photo of the trail and some of the habitat there. Next slide, please. And for those of you who've never seen a Pacific pocket moose in the wild, which is quite understandable because it's endangered and cryptic, there are a few photos, in addition to those that staff presented, about which we're talking today. The population of the Pacific pocket moose at the Dana Point Preserve is one of only 3 remaining populations in the wild, and the other 2 are at Camp Pendleton. So this is an extremely rare species that was once more widely distributed in coastal areas of California. At the Dana Point Reserve, we are required to practice adaptive management, meaning that we take our management experience and any new information or management tools, and we use them to adapt our management practices to be more effective. Next slide, please. More cute mice. The proposals that we have made in the past to modify trail hours are based on adaptive management. CNLM has been monitoring the Pacific pocket moose population, as well as other wildlife and rare plants on the preserve, since 2005. We have been monitoring public visitation levels since 2011. So we have data on public visitation and the Pacific pocket mouse population going back many years. As we obtain new and more information about the impacts of so-called passive recreation on wildlife in general and on Pacific pocket mouse on the preserve in particular, it became apparent that a more balanced management of public access, in particular, the number and timing of visitors, was needed to provide adequate protection for Pacific pocket mouse. Next slide, please. Some of the data that we collect includes information from live trapping mice. Live trapping provides an estimate of the mice on the preserve at one point in time, but it's not an actual count of the number of mice. That is, it's not a census. Here we can see that in 2009, before the trail opened to public access, live trapping resulted in 82 Pacific pocket mice being trapped on the preserve. The trail opened to public access in December 2009. Then the numbers of Pacific pocket mice captured during subsequent live trapping sessions declined through 2019. The average, and during that same period, from 2011 to 2019, the average number of daily visitors doubled. As we know, CNLM closed the trail in March of 2020 with the COVID pandemic. Live trapping several months later, in June, indicated a marked increase in the number of Pacific pocket mice captured at the preserve. Next slide, please. As staff has mentioned, CNLM also conducts another type of monitoring Pacific pocket mice called track tube monitoring. This method does not involve live trapping, or does it indicate how many Pacific pocket mice are there, but it provides information about where on the preserve are the Pacific pocket mice. And year over year, it provides information on how robust is the population. That is, it shows trends in Pacific pocket mouse presence. The data presented here show the proportion of area occupied, or PAO, of Pacific pocket mice. A larger PAO indicates a more robust population, and a lower PAO indicates a less robust population. As you can see, the PAO was fairly low through 2019. But in 2020, when the trail was closed, the PAO was higher. And in 2021, when the trail was open for modified hours, generally 3 days a week, the PAO increased to 95%, which you can see is the peak during the time period shown here. In 2022, the trail hours returned to 7 a.m. to sunset, 7 days a week. And as you can see, the proportion area occupied by PPM has decreased by approximately 40% since 2021, and that indicates a decline in the Pacific pocket moose population. Of course, public access is not the only influence on Pacific pocket mice. We know there are other influences, and our management activities focus on addressing the threats that can be managed in coordination with the Fish and Wildlife Service and CDFW. But despite increased efforts with vegetation management that began around 2020, we have seen the PAO decline dramatically, and that coincides with the return to public access from 7 a.m. to sunset, 7 days a week. Next slide, please. It's been commented that the trail just occupies a very small proportion of the preserve. So what's the problem? What happens on the trail affects more than the surface and subsurface real estate. This figure shows the location of the trail in red and depicts what we called areas of influence that radiate out from the trail, measured at 13 meters and 50 meters and 100 meters. And this is a useful way to depict the way that the trail users can impact Pacific pocket mice throughout the entire preserve. People using the trail impact PPM and other species there through sight, sound, smell, and vibration. These impacts can shorten or discourage essential activities of the Pacific pocket mice, including feeding and food collection, selecting mates and mating, territory exploration and expansion, and necessary hygiene, including sand baths. Many of these activities are conducted above ground, typically at night or during low light times of day. But sounds and vibrations can also affect PPM while they are below ground, and that can interrupt their energy saving state and deplete their energy reserves, as well as affecting the female's reproductive cycle. All of these disruptions impact health, longevity, and the likelihood of successful reproduction. And cumulative over the entire population, a decline in survivorship and lower number of offspring can cause a downward spiral for the population that could result in local extirpation, bringing this already endangered species closer to the brink of extinction. The available data indicate that when the trail is open, 7 a.m. to sunset every day, the PPM population declines. And when the trail is closed or open with a reduced schedule, the population appears to rebound. And relevant information from the scientific literature based on many other species suggests similar trends. Adaptive management requires us to use this information and make adjustments in management at the preserve, including management of trail hours. Despite what you may have heard, CNLM is not interested in prohibiting public access. But since we have information indicating that the current levels of public access, again, 7 a.m. to sunset every day of the year, are negatively impacting this extremely rare and sensitive species, we need to take action to adjust the levels of public access. Next and last slide, please. Apparently, these are frequent trail goers, they keep popping up. The action by the Commission today would implement modified hours until the city's CDP process is complete. These hours would be for 4 days per week, including weekends, and would exclude the low light times of day. And that's when the PPM are more likely to be active above ground. We do recognize that sunset is a popular time for people to visit the preserve, but there are numerous other nearby locations with wonderful sunset views. But the Pacific pocket mice that are required to be protected there don't have those options. This consent agreement is an important step in the necessary adaptive management of the trail hours at the preserve. As the staff report noted, CNLM has already prepared and submitted a habitat management plan and a CDP to implement protective hours, and we continue to pursue those processes with the city and other agencies. And we are committed to seeing those processes through. This proposed consent agreement is consistent with those processes and in fact requires CNLM to follow them. The interim trail hours required by the consent agreement are just that, interim. They are not replacing any other process and will only stay in place until the HMMP or the CDP process is completed. We look forward to the eventual approval of a plan that provides for the long-term protection of the natural resources at the preserve while also protecting public access, and that takes into account the need for adaptive management in protecting sensitive species. We greatly appreciate the work that Commission staff have done on these issues, as well as the continued engagement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and CDFW, and numerous other organizations that care strongly about the protection of California's wildlife and coastal resources. We look forward to continuing to partner with the Commission and are available to answer any questions you have. And I would just like to reserve the rest of our time. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, can you let me know or how much time is remaining, just for my records? Okay, reserve 14 minutes and 40 seconds. Great, thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to move to public comment on this issue. In general, it's a standard 3-minute comment period, but I think we'll begin with the City of Dana Point. And we have arranged for a 20-minute period for them and their representatives. Thank you.
Yes, John Gabbard, Stephen Kaufman, and Jamie Federico.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is John Gabbard, and I serve as the Mayor of Dana Point. The Headlands Nature Trail is an important part of the California Coastal Trail, one of the few bluff tops along the Orange County coast where the public can experience the shoreline. At the same time, the Headlands is known for its home of the Pacific pocket mouse for more than 30 years, a species we are committed to protecting. These are both worthy responsibilities, maintaining meaningful public access and safeguarding sensitive habitat. After a site-specific study that we requested over a year ago, they both deserve careful and balanced consideration. The Coastal Act established a partnership between this commission and the local governments. Because Dana Point's local coastal program is certified, the city has the responsibility to review the coastal development permit. Without these constant delays that we've occurred, the current CDP review and the required CEQA documents would allow us to review the science, the public access needs, and the habitat protections to fully examine the headlands so that a balanced outcome can be reached. So we respectfully ask that the Commission to continue this action to allow the city to review the proceeds and not preempt it through enforcement action at this time. Let the process work as it was intended, so the science may be fully heard, so the public access may be carefully considered, and so both our coast and the life it sustains may endure for generations to come. I thank you for your service and to the people of California. With that, I yield my time to Mr. Kaufman, and then Councilmember Federico will take like 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioner Steve Kaufman. And I have a PowerPoint. If we go to the second slide, please. Commissioners, we have the same goal: protection of public access and habitat and compliance by CNLM with the CDP requirement and the Coastal Act and the LCP for setting the nature trails hours. City prides itself on the nature trail. It's also very proud to be the home of the Pacific pocket mouse. And be assured, the city is dedicated to its survival. This is not just trail versus PPM. And the city believes, go to the second slide, please. The city believes the two can successfully coexist, and when all the evidence is considered, not just that selectively presented or prematurely assumed in the staff report, that they are in fact doing so. And our position today is no different than what you'd expect to hear from any coastal city or county enforcing its LCP. CNLM has a CDP application ongoing before the city, and under the Coastal Act and LCP, it must not only start, but complete the local CDP review process. And of course, your staff agrees. And under the Act, you have jurisdiction to hear any appeal. Under the Act, the Commission isn't given any statutory jurisdiction to intervene in that process with an enforcement proceeding, to dictate a result that would preempt the very ongoing CDP review process that we both agree has to be followed and completed, or to assume the powers the legislature delegated to the city in the first instance in the Coastal Act. And as a result, any action you take today would, as a matter of law, be void. And so we respectfully ask that you not adopt the staff recommendation. We do disagree. If you go to the next slide. We disagree with the staff report and addendum. It leaves out key provisions in the HDCP, HMMP, and conservation easement, and makes premature assumptions regarding trail hours. But the city is not inflexible, and neither should you be. The ongoing CDP review process before the city will flesh out all the evidence and afford all interested parties the opportunity to fully address hours, mitigation for the PPM, and appropriate balancing. And CNLM, like any applicant, has to complete, not continue to delay the CDP process. Next slide. This shows the half-mile trail and its 5 overlooks and context on the Dana Point Promontory. On the left, the trail is a critical link in the integrated trail system you created in certifying the HDCP portion of the LCP. It's next to parking, per your approval, and open from 7 a.m. to sunset. It's connected to 2 other trails on either side of those white arrows, and it's a key segment of the California Coastal Trail. If days and hours are eliminated, then you cut the heart out of this integrated trail system. Next slide. Nature trail and one of the 5 overlooks during the day. Next slide. The nature trail at approximately 5:45 p.m. I used the setting of the sun as my clock to make sure I exited before the gates automatically locked. Would not be permitted by the staff recommendation today. Next slide. The view up coast and a couple people timely leaving the trail. Next slide. This is the only publicly accessible trail along the headlands, bluffs, and cliffs. It occupies about 1% of the preserve. It does provide spectacular ocean, beach, and coastline views in a uniquely nature setting. It's designed to border the preserve and avoid the areas where the pocket mouse is known to inhabit. Commission-approved parking at the Nature Interpretive Center, like the trail, is open from 7 a.m. to sunset. Public access is strictly limited to daylight hours. The trailhead gates automatically lock at sunset. I was aware of that. Foreclosing trail activity at night that might disturb the PPM, which is nocturnal. Access is fully controlled. The trail is well-defined and controlled with post and cable fencing, and adjacent mature native vegetation to prevent off-trail access. Signs and interpretive panels say what's allowed and prohibited, and it's patrolled by CNLM staff who coordinate with Cal Fish and Wildlife and the OC Sheriff. Next slide. Little spin on the history that's different. This trail opened in 2009. Until COVID, the hours were from 7 a.m. to sunset. In 2020, with COVID, CNLM initially closed the trail and then limited trail access hours. In 2021 and 22, enforcement staff advised CNLM by letter that a CDP is required to set hours, and by email noted the commission previously approved the parking near the Down Coast Trailhead from 7 a.m. to sunset, but CNLM failed to apply for a CDP. In 2022, the city filed its Coastal Act enforcement action to force compliance with the CDP requirement. The court issued an injunction and ruled that CNLM violated the act and ordered reinstatement of the longstanding trail hours, 7 a.m. to sunset. And that case comes to a head in a couple of weeks. In 2024, CNLM finally applied to the city for a CDP to reduce trail hours. And in 2025, the city determined a subsequent EIR is required to provide additional needed information on access and habitat and CNLM sued to challenge that determination, stalling the city's ongoing CDP review process. Next slide, please. Before 2020, the estimated ppm numbers were exceedingly low, and you saw that from Ms. Rogers. There is, however, no documented causal link between the hours of controlled trail access and conserving the ppm population. But there is some documented evidence that since 2020 and through 2025, there has been a significant resurgence in the ppm population, and that's during the current controlled trail hours, 7 a.m. to sunset. In July 2025, the Fish and Wildlife Service, in its 5-year review of the ppm, and that's the first document in your addendum, explained the best chance for the subspecies survival lies in effective management of the habitat and genetic health of each population. And Councilman Federico will address the importance of creating genetic diversity here, which is absent, and I'll address habitat management. Prior to 2020, CNLM did not conduct regular, robust vegetation management. In 2020, the USGS issued a report explaining this led to reduced habitat suitability for ppm on Dana Point. Next slide. In 2020, instead of CNLM thinning 1 to 2 acres in the preserve, the Fish and Wildlife Service stepped in and obtained funding for more robust vegetation thinning on 4.3 acres to open canopy and increase bare ground cover preferred by the ppm. And in its 2020 report, the USGS again explained that in 2020, that vegetation management was more than in any single year at Dana Point and produced high levels of ppm reproduction, 77 ppms. And that habitat modeling showed that habitat management was the top predictor of ppm occupancy through the preserve. This is the first time that purposeful active management has been statistically associated with ppm occupancy. Next slide. In 2020, CNLM did a good job, prepared a report on its 2025 ppm monitoring, and this shows now the vegetation management areas by year, especially from 2020 through 2025. Next slide. And this shows the results of the 2025 Track 2 ppm monitoring in 2 sessions. As I mentioned, in 2020, after serious vegetation management, which everyone touts as successful, 77 ppms were found. In 2025, 91 ppms were detected in a first monitoring session, that's the orange, and 63 ppms were detected in a second session, that's the blue. And again, that's with controlled trail access from 7 a.m. to sunset, and it demonstrates a continued resurgence in the ppm population. Next slide. Now, the facts so far as I see it. In Staff's Exhibit 22, and today, CNLM says 82 mice were detected in 2009 before the trail opened. In 2020, with robust vegetation management, 77 ppms were detected. Success. And in 2025, 91 ppms detected in the first session and 63 in the second session. The population is presently pretty stable, but that needs to be fleshed out more, and that's the purpose of the CDP review process and CEQA. You don't have all the evidence for environmental analysis, and frankly, there is no evidence at all supporting the specific cuts in days and hours in your staff recommendation. It's completely arbitrary. Now, that 2025 Fish and Wildlife 5-year report recommended collaboration between the city and CLM to study and effectively regulate the impact of public access on the ppm. We agree. And the supplemental EIR will help provide that information along with other information to facilitate the collaboration and inform the CDP process at the city required by the Coastal Act and CEQA, and not in an enforcement proceeding, which unfortunately is beyond your statutory jurisdiction. So let's talk about that. Commission is a creature of statute, the Coastal Act, and as the courts have explained, absent delegated authority by the legislature and the act, the commission literally has no power to act. If you take an action beyond your statutory jurisdiction, the action is void. That's the Security National Guarantee versus Coastal Commission case. Next slide. First, the staff report relies on Coastal Act Section 30810 as authority to initiate this proceeding, but none of the circumstances stated in that section authorize an enforcement proceeding here. This proceeding is directed to CNLM as the party and violator. The city's not a party to the violation. The city is the only entity to proactively cite CLM for the violation and file a Coastal Act enforcement action obtaining an injunction, actively litigating the case, and the court will finally rule within a couple of weeks. Your staff hasn't requested city action. The city obviously hasn't declined to act or timely act, and the record demonstrates its steadfast insistence that CNLM comply with the act and the CDP requirement to address the hours issues and appropriate mitigation, and it's in the middle of an ongoing CDP review process to enforce its certified LCP, which the Coastal Act mandates. So the Commission has no jurisdiction to initiate an enforcement proceeding. Next slide. Still further, you know that in every appeal where the Commission finds substantial issue, the Commission has determined it may not agree with the local action or process, but the Commission never seeks as here to intercede in an ongoing local CDP process or to preempt that process and dictate no less the result, nullifying a pending local government CDP review process and rendering it essentially a rubber stamp and a process that would be a useless act. No, as with any proposed project, once the local CDP process is exhausted, any aggrieved person or two commissioners can then appeal the decision to the Commission, and then, and only then, the Commission can properly exercise its discretion and jurisdiction under the Coastal Act and CEQA. Otherwise, by circumventing that process, this proceeding would bypass and undermine the review process that local governments bargained for under the Coastal Act, and it would violate CEQA. So my last slide. This enforcement proceeding is just not the answer. What's needed is a simple, straightforward, strongly worded instruction from you or your executive director to CNLM, you're all here, to complete the city's CDP review process like any other violator applicant. The process will flesh out all relevant evidence, hours, special mitigation measures to ensure protection of the Pacific pocket mouse and enable all parties to meaningfully participate in that process the Coastal Act requires. We really haven't had that here. And the Commission retains appeal jurisdiction because that's the Coastal Act, and it's also the quickest route to a resolution. Thank you. Now, Dana Point Councilman Jamie Federico. We'll close.
Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Thank you for the time to speak. I want to lead by saying the City of Dana Point supports conservation of the Pacific pocket mouse. We also own land on that promontory. We clear the vegetation. We have biologists on staff, and we have Pacific pocket mice that live on our land. Please don't take the misconception that this is the City of Dana Point that does not appreciate, respect, or care about conservation of the mouse. Mr. Kaufman talked a lot about whether this is an action that even can be taken, but if it can, I believe it's still a mistake in its proposed form. There's no science that shows that the proposed closure of the trail will have any meaningful impact on the pocket mouse population. Your own staff used words like likely and may, and Ms. Rogers, you used the word indicate. There is coincidence, but coincidence is not causation. I understand why the conservation community supports this request. They can and should advocate for every single possible thing that may support an endangered species. I appreciate that. But our responsibility is to balance those desires with public access. In this case, restricting public access should be a last resort. And the reality is here, this does not maximize public access while protecting coastal resources because there are alternatives. Some of them were mentioned and one was not, but there are two universally accepted actions that can be taken for the pocket mouse to prosper. The first is vegetation management, the clearing of shrubs so that their food sources can grow. CNLM has had such a woeful record with that coincidentally, or not coincidentally, in 2020, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service brokered a deal between Camp Pendleton and CNLM called the Enhanced Management Program, whereby Camp Pendleton was allowed to destroy a pocket mouse habitat in exchange for a payment to CNLM so that CNLM would start vegetation management. They started that in earnest in 2020, and not surprisingly, the pocket mouse population rebounded. They will attribute it to trail closures, conveniently, but even they must know scientifically it's attributable to vegetation management. Not mentioned today, but also universally accepted, is that the pocket mouse population on the headlands is woefully inbred. They will not survive long-term without genetic rescue. The area is too small, The population has gotten too small. In fact, they have an extra chromosome now. CNLM refuses to undertake genetic rescue, the release of captive bred genetically diverse mice so that they can make the gene pool healthy up there again. For some reason, they refuse. They will say more studies need to be done. If this was such an emergency, this would happen a lot faster. The last study that needed to be done, the study on whether or not outbreeding would negatively impact the population on Dana Point, was conducted and published last August. Nothing has happened since then. They are now asking the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance to conduct a pilot program. Delay, delay, delay. You'll see the same thing with our CDP process. Delay, delay, delay. This is not the emergency that everyone says it must be. Not enough to close and restrict public access to a trail. The proposed action, nor, is temporary. It doesn't have an end date. It has winter and summer hours that, I guess, contemplate perpetual placement. And it's arbitrary. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday closures. This is a nocturnal animal. We understand, and listen, if there's a mechanism by which we could limit the daylight, the morning opening and the evening closing for a short period of time, like the peak breeding season, which is March through June, and with a condition that CNLM undertakes genetic rescue in order to buy time for that to happen, I'd be all for it. I don't know that that mechanism exists, but this proposed action also puts no other conditions on CNLM. This is a blank check to close trail hours and restrict access. The delays in the CDP process are CNLM's. The City of Dana Point supports the seasonal and special circumstance closures outlined in the HDCP. I've already talked about what one of those might look like. The proposed action, however, isn't that, and it's not about the pocket mouse at its core. The proposed action is about CNLM's convenience. They have called compliance with the Coastal Act annoying. They don't want to send wardens out there every day of the week. It'd be much nicer to not have to send them on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The staff report is compelling. The pictures are compelling. I appreciate the staff trying to move this forward. Mr. Willis's work is difficult, and we appreciate it very much. But until and unless they are doing everything else on the preserve, please don't allow them to use the trail as their scapegoat. All we ask, it's not fun to not take and support a staff's recommended action. All we ask is that you continue this item, maybe continue it until genetic rescue is taken, or if nothing else, continue it until the CDP process works itself out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Aaron Wilson Olgan. Aaron is sign up to be in person. I don't think they're here. Mitch Silverstein.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I'm actually going to be reading on behalf of Ron Vanderhoff, Plant Science Chair of the California Native Plant Society, Orange County, who had a conflict this afternoon. The Orange County chapter of the California Native Plant Society has long had an interest in the Dana Point headlands and its natural resources. We are dedicated to the conservation of this rare and remarkable place, as well as the public's enjoyment and access to the land. OCC-NPS supports the recent enforcement action of the California Coastal Commission and believes it's essential for the conservation and recovery of the native plant vegetation at the headlands. This includes a continuation of the current reduced hours of operation at the Dana Point Preserve. The Dana Point Preserve is home to several sensitive plant species with the California Rare Plant rank. Of these species, biologists have documented lower numbers in 2017 and 2023 than when surveyed in 2008 before the trail was open. These plants and others are particularly sensitive to foot traffic, not only from direct trampling, but from poaching, invasive plant intrusion, and loss of habitat due to erosion along the bluffs. The Coastal Commission, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have each commented on the negative impacts to these natural resources and protective species from extended hours of operation. OCC-NPS at Orange County, California Native Plant Society urges the Coastal Commission to uphold their enforcement action to the landowner and land manager, the Center for Natural Lands Management, for reduced operating hours. The This will ensure the CNLM can effectively manage the Dana Point Preserve in a manner that will protect its rare native plant species as well as the other endangered and sensitive species. Ron Vanderhoff. And then I'll just mention as well that there were several other members of the environmental community representing a wide range of different organizations that wanted to speak, but were not able to speak because of the trailing. Thank you.
Thank you. And we were able to find Aaron Wilson Olgan. They switched to Zoom. So they are on Zoom right now. Aaron Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Aaron Wilson Olgan, I'm the Regional Manager for California Department of Fish and Wildlife for the South Coast region. I wanted to highlight why these protective actions for the Pacific pocket mouse are necessary and grounded in the best available science. Agencies are not asked to provide absolute proof of causation before taking action to protect species. Instead, we rely on the best available scientific information, even when uncertainties exist. I want to thank CNLM for their thorough outline of the history of the species and correcting the scientific misconceptions for the record, because that clarity is essential. This species has one of the most limited distributions of any mammal in California. The Dana Point population is essential to the species' long-term survival. With numbers this small, even modest disturbances can have enormous consequences, and a precautionary approach is required. Some have suggested that habitat management alone is sufficient. While vegetation management is unquestionably beneficial and must continue, it does not eliminate impacts of recreational disturbance. Our October 25th letter makes this point directly. It recommends both continued habitat management and reduction in public access. These are not mutually exclusive strategies. They are complementary and both are necessary. The best available science also clarifies that Pacific pocket mice are not active solely at night. They are crepuscular, active during dawn and dusk, overlapping with current public access hours. Even when they are underground, they remain vulnerable. Their burrows are extremely shallow, and recreational use can disturb or collapse these structures through soil compaction, vibration, and trampling, even when the animals aren't visible. The issue is not one of balancing equal resource uses. It's about preventing further decline of one of the last remaining populations of a species already pushed to the brink. CDFW has determined that current trail access hours are not supporting recovery, and that reduced hours will meaningfully reduce disturbance during sensitive life history stages. For a species with such limited distribution and so few surviving individuals, the margin of error is extremely small. Taking a precautionary scientific-based approach, one that includes both habitat restoration and reduced disturbance, is the only responsible path forward. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the species conservation.
Thank you. We have 9 other speakers signed up to speak that we're able to find. We have Jennifer Savage, Dan Silver, and Scott Thomas next. Jennifer Savage.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Harmon, Commissioners. Jennifer Savage on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation and the California Coastal Protection Network, speaking in strong support of the consent enforcement actions before you today concerning the Dana Point Preserve. Surfrider is dedicated to protecting and expanding coastal access, but we also recognize an equally important principle. When coastal use threatens sensitive coastal ecological resources, access may be managed or restricted as necessary to protect those resources. Sensitive habitats sometimes require reasonable buffers and limits to prevent irreversible harm. That is exactly the situation here. Oh, I had a slide, but it's okay. But if you find it, you can pop it up. As you've heard, the Pacific pocket mouse is one of the rarest mammals in the United States, and it exists in only 3 population clusters in the world. The Dana Point Preserve population is uniquely irreplaceable. And the Pacific pocket mouse is a remarkable little animal. It's so little, but it plays a big, even outsized ecological role by collecting native plant seeds throughout the coastal sage scrub habitat. And many of these saved seeds go uneaten and they germinate, which makes the pocket mouse a really important and often overlooked gardener of Southern California's coastal ecosystem. The monitoring data provides clear evidence that reducing disturbance helps the species survive and recover. The enforcement item is a consent agreement between the Commission and the Dana Point Preserve's land managers. It reflects a carefully negotiated compromise that protects this critically endangered species while still maintaining public access. It's deeply unfortunate that the city of Dana Point continues to undermine this agreement and to delay the protections that experts from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife have said are necessary. We respectfully urge the Commission to approve the consent enforcement actions as recommended by staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Silver, Scott Thomas, and Jack Eit. Dan Silver. There you go.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League. 25 conservation groups signed a letter in support of the enforcement actions, and a few speakers could not stay into the afternoon. Using proper methodology, the fact is that the mouse population has suffered a major decline since the COVID area closure. This is in spite of increased management. So we must urgently take all steps available to give the animal a chance of survival. You have heard the opinion of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Given that this agency had previously recommended complete closure during the breeding season, the proposed compromise for reduced hours definitely balances Coastal Act purposes during the interim. As you've heard, there are other locations to view the sunset over the coast, and no one is being deprived. If the city truly desires resolution through a CDP, these enforcement actions accelerate that. If the city wants vegetation management, these actions accomplish that. If the city wants to preserve the court order, this does so. The PPM is tiny and fragile. Its numbers are tenuous. What is not acceptable is further obstruction and delay by the city. This is urgent as the breeding season is upon us. Please use the best science and the precautionary principle to save a unique coastal species from extinction. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Thomas, Jack Eit, Deborah Shire. Scott Thomas.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, my video is off. I'm going to turn that on. I'm going to leave it off and just speak. My name is Scott Thomas. I'm the Vice President of Sea and Sage Audubon Society. We're a local chapter in Orange County of the California Audubon and the National Audubon Society with about 7,000 members and supporters locally. We've been working with and working on protection of Dana Point headlands, the Pacific pocket mouse, the California gnatcatcher since the late 1990s. And we're involved with the negotiations when after the approval for development was reached about the reserve, which originally was, there were hopes that it would not have any public access, but of course that doesn't work under the Coastal Act. But I do remember, not specific times and people, but conversations with the city, with wildlife agencies about the risk of opening the property to the public and how small it was and how sensitive the Pacific pocket mouse was. And we were assured, everybody was assured, that a plan would be developed that would protect both the mouse and the public, and that if there were adaptations that had to be made or changes that had to be made, because particularly if wildlife agencies deemed that the public access was maybe too much or causing problems, and that it would be an easy process, that the city and landowners and CLM would listen to the recommendations of the wildlife agencies. And where we've ended up here now is not what we thought in 2009. We were surprised ourselves in 2009 that the hours were so long and so complete. But again, we were assured that these could be adapted if there were a problem. We're in a situation now where the city's taken an extraordinary step of requiring an environmental impact report to make those changes. They can do that, but it's not necessary. And it's put the entire process into a big quagmire of red tape. CNSA very much appreciates the staff's work. It's been a mountain of work to get to this point. This should be an easy decision. We hope that you'll support the staff recommendations There are interim steps and can lead to better management for the mouse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Jack Ite, Deborah Shire, and Susan Kirks. Jack Ite.
Hello. Hello, my name's Jack Ite. I'm with SoCal 350 Climate Action. I'm an urban planner with Wild Heritage Planners. And I've worked for a long time on compromises between people and wild things, and we can coexist. But, and there's a question of science here. Who knows the science? I'm surprised by the attitude of Dana Point towards a good faith adaptive management put forth in the Coastal Commission staff report, which is based on the work of the land manager, who are scientists who understand this stuff. So to come in and say, no, there's some other science, we need to do a bunch of other studies, we need to do an environmental impact report, is kind of reaching here. And this is breeding season right now, March. We heard the city say that. They know it is. So we need to act now, not at some potential time we're going to miss an entire year of breeding here. The Pacific pocket mouse and the endangered coastal California gnatcatcher make this parcel extremely important. The only reason that anything was preserved was because of both these species, not because people who just bought homes there wanted a nice stroll through the woods. Now, I totally support the Coastal Act and the public access thing, but the part of the Coastal Act is to blend public human access with the needs of sensitive, maligned wildlife. And we're talking environmentally sensitive habitat area, which is supposed to be protected, part of the Coastal Act. And this sensitivity means that these species don't like humans. They don't want us walking around, and they can't live their lives with us, pounding over their heads all the time. All it takes is management of the visitation hours. I really love the idea that there would be tours there, because local people, my whole family lives in this area. And I was part of speaking out for this land, but not enough people even know about the Pacific pocket mouse. So having tours led by CNLM is an important thing, getting people on board, because people want to participate. They don't want to just have their little place to watch the sunset. There are many, many, many places to watch the sunset. This is not a connected heart of anything. It's connected to a parking lot. So let's just call it what it is. It is an environmentally sensitive habitat area, and it needs an adaptive management that the land managers have suggested and the Coastal Commission staff has agreed, and we need to follow that. Thank you for listening in my testimony.
Thank you. Next, Deborah Shire, Susan Kirks, and Terry Welsh. Deborah Shire.
I have a couple of slides as well.
Yes, give us a moment to bring them up.
Thank you. All right. The Dana Point population of Pacific pocket mouse is one of the most vulnerable populations of an endangered species in California, and its recovery will require every conservation tool available to us. My name is Dr. Deborah Shire, and I am the Brown Endowed Associate Director of Recovery Ecology at the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance. I've been involved in research and recovery efforts for the Pacific pocket mouse for more than 20 years, working with scientists, landowners, and agency partners, including U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Historically, the species occurred in coastal sage scrub habitat and coastal dune habitats from LAX down to the border, and you've heard that only 3 populations remain, including the small and isolated population at the Dana Point headlands. The Dana Point population is therefore a critical component of the species recovery, and losing it would represent a significant setback for long-term conservation of the mouse. As you've heard, this population is extremely small, isolated, and has very little remaining genetic diversity, making it particularly vulnerable to extinction. Scientific research has identified several vulnerabilities for this species. It's like death by 1,000 cuts, right? USGS has shown that habitat management is essential. We've done research showing artificial night lighting significantly reduces foraging activity, which can affect survival and reproduction. If you flip the slide, I will show you that our research has also shown that the Pacific pocket mouse has burrows that can be extremely shallow. Sometimes sections of their burrows can be only an inch under the surface. So because of this, burrows could easily be crushed by foot traffic if people leave the designated trail. Even when visitors remain on the trail, Pacific pocket mice may still detect disturbance. Like many desert rodents, they have enlarged middle ears called auditory bullae, which make them highly sensitive to low frequency ground vibrations, such as footfalls. Because these mice are nocturnal and resting in burrows during the day, repeated disturbance has the potential to disrupt rest and affect their energetic balance. When populations are this small and vulnerable, waiting for definitive evidence of harm before taking protective action can allow impacts to occur that are difficult to reverse. While we have not directly studied the effects of daytime trail use on the Pacific pocket mouse, ecological research shows human disturbance can influence wildlife behavior and habitat use. When populations are this small and vulnerable, managers sometimes cannot wait for definitive scientific evidence. So we support the staff recommendation being a positive step, and timing is of the essence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Susan Kirks, Terry Welsh, and Ann Stenton. Terry Welsh, it looks like you want to speak because your hand is up. You need to accept being moved to panelists if you want to speak. Susan Kirks.
Thank you. Susan Kirks. I'm speaking as a naturalist with 25 years of field study and observation experience of a special status California mammal, much larger than the Pacific pocket mouse, but with my experience can definitely attest to the negative impacts that humans can cause unintentionally to a species that can be easily displaced with then denial by certain governments or agencies that this has occurred. And I have witnessed this and experienced it, advocated about it many, many times. So I'm very pleased to speak on this topic today, appreciate all the public speakers, support the enforcement action, and would like to note that the regional manager of Department of Fish and Wildlife's comment should be taken very seriously. If the Department of Fish and Wildlife has recommended that a trail access be completely closed, that means this is extremely serious. Very rarely have I known the Department of Fish and Wildlife to make recommendations similar to that, and sometimes the department has difficulty enforcing regulations that exist to protect special status species. I appreciate the staff report. The staff person was very comprehensive, and I think it was a very good report. I do question the recommendation for having tours to this property, and would ask that any tour such as that be accompanied by educating visitors to be very quiet, to walk very softly in wherever they go on this property. And honestly, I think the 4 days favors people over the species. I would suggest 3 days of public access, and someone from the conservation group should be on site at all times to manage this access. And I appreciate very much your considering this today, coastal commissioners. This is a very important issue, and thank you to all of the speakers who are informed, educated, and trying to help this endangered species survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Terry Welsh, Ann Stenton, and Penny Olea. Terry Welsh.
Commissioners, can you hear me?
Could you say that again?
My name is Terry Welsh, and
Okay,
I'm president of the Coastal Corridor Alliance, formerly known as the Banning Ranch Conservancy. And we're an Orange County-based nonprofit environmental group that's focused on Randall Preserve, formerly known as Banning Ranch. And the Coastal Corridor Alliance has a profound admiration for the Coastal Commission, and we have a deep appreciation and respect for your staff. And we're strongly supportive of efforts to protect the Pacific pocket mouse at Dana Point. And we urge a yes vote on items 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Ann Stenton, Penny Aaliyah. Ann Stenton.
Hello, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ann Stenton. I'm a lifelong resident of Orange County, a former field naturalist in the upper Newport Back Bay, and I've spent considerable time with my family in Dana Point and at Strands Beach. I want to thank staff for their hard work on agenda items 8.1 to 8.3 and their commitment to protecting the Pacific pocket mouse. There really doesn't seem to be any other option to protect the species and to protect, potentially prevent extinction than to move forward with the recommendations to modify hours, which really seems like a small change in the hours to minimize the potential human impact. As noted in the addendum, it would be most imprudent to wait for the full collapse of the pocket mouse population to justify its protection. I commend the Commission's thoughtful approach to balancing both public access and protection of this critical species. The staff report doesn't suggest that the public can't access the trails on the bluff. It simply calls for some safeguards. As noted by staff biologist Dr. Corey Clatterbuck, the proposed agreement hours are more conducive to the continued recovery of the Pacific pocket mouse. This is especially crucial now during the breeding season. Thank you for taking action on the situation today and upholding the Coastal Act's mission to protect both our coastal resources and the public's access to our coast.
Thank you. Penny Aaliyah. Hi, Penny, you're muted.
Forgive me. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Penny Aaliyah. Thank you for your time today, and a huge thank you to staff for working so hard to agendize this in March. I strongly support staff's recommendation and see no other way forward on this issue given the confounding history of the city's truculent behavior. It is relevant to note the city's prior actions and the behavioral pattern that they continue to follow. Next slide, please. For over 6 years, the city of Dana Point fought to keep public access closed at Strand Beach. Yes, closed. This is the beach just north of the trailhead area. Next slide. The Coastal Commission finally prevailed in gaining the previously agreed upon access that was conditioned through the CDP process for the development of the headlands. The Superior Court judge ruled that blocking this public access was an illegitimate exercise of authority by the City Council and was pretext for avoiding the requirements of the Coastal Act. Next slide. This court action occurred in 2015, but not long after that, we started noting impacts to the Pacific pocket mouse. You saw this last month. While the city insisted on absolutely no public access at the site of the Headland Mansions, they simultaneously insisted on increased public access at the trail. Why? Next slide. The next unfriendly act of the city came in October of 2020, when the city evicted CNLM from their offices at the Headlands. Led by the city manager, city staff cleared CNLM's office of everything they owned on a day the office was closed and CNLM staff was not there. To date, CNLM does not have the benefit of any office space on the land they own and manage. The day of the eviction was also the day the city took it upon themselves to chain and padlock the gates open on the trail. Next slide. This brings us to today. CNLM's latest submittal clearly shows how mouse area of occupancy and numbers have declined by 40% since trails were reopened, even in association with increased management activity. This directly contradicts the city's false portrayal of the situation. But there are so many more questions associated with this ongoing bullying behavior of the city. Why is the city insistent on these additional trail hours that continue to decrease the population? I attended almost every hearing over the last 2+ decades associated with the approval of this mega mansion development on the Headlands. Everything that we are asking the commission to protect today was discussed at length during those hearings. Why does the city insist on fighting with everyone? Next slide. Commissioners, support your staff's recommendations that uphold the coastal map, protect and preserve our final natural resources, and provide for public access. And yes, I am very disturbed by this. Thank you.
Thank you. We only had one other speaker that wasn't accounted for, Victor Leipzig. Victor, if you're in the meeting. Okay, I see the hand raised. Sea and Sage Conservation. You should be able to unmute now.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Vic Leipzig. I'm a resident of Orange County, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the staff's recommendation in protection of the Pacific pocket mouse and the other wildlife at the headlands or the Dana Point Preserve. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to talk about the various legal issues. I'm not even a scientist. I'm going to argue in favor of a specific proposal for the protection of the pocket mouse. I'm a community college instructor of natural history and ecology at Saddleback College, a local community college just a few miles away. And I lead field trips to the preserve, the headlands, for my students with the goal of understanding the wildlife at that location and supporting its protection. We would be dismayed beyond belief to believe that our field trips, our access to the site was actually having a negative impact on the animals that we are there to be supportive. So I am here, in effect, to plead with the most restrictive possible restrictions on time and place for public access to this site, so that those of us who do love this location can come there with confidence that we are not having a negative impact. Please support their staff recommendation on item 8.
Thank you. No more speakers.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, now we will return to Ms. Rogers. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. You have 14 minutes and 40 seconds remaining for rebuttal, if you wish to use it.
And I won't need all that time. I'll try to keep this brief. And in part, that's because the city's comments largely reflected what was in their letter. And we responded in our own letter, so commissioners can read more about it in the letters. But I do feel compelled to make 3 points on 3 topics. First of all, the trends in Pacific pocket mouse. The city's council stated that there was actually a resurgence of Pacific pocket mouse between 2020 and 2025. And I believe there was a number of 91 mice up there. Those data don't exist. We don't know where they come from. We didn't do live trapping to show that number. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, some of the earlier numbers that were shown in that trend came from our live trapping data, but that larger number doesn't exist. It's possible that they were conflating live trapping with the track tube numbers. You can't do that. Track tube numbers don't show individual Pacific pocket mice. The same little mouse could be running around from one track tube to a number. So if you got indication of 91 areas where there were mice, that doesn't mean there are 91 mice. But I don't understand it, but it's not data that exists. A second, and I just want to reiterate that our data that are based on consistent methods do show a decline. Second point, vegetation management. Staff, CNLM, and the city have all talked about vegetation management. There's always been vegetation management and monitoring on the preserve. It didn't just begin in 2019 or 2020. Vegetation, as I'm sure all of you understand, is dynamic. It's a natural, set of species, and they respond to temperature, they respond to moisture. So there's variation from year to year in the type and the amount of vegetation. So that means we vary our response from time to time. There was a period where there was higher than average precipitation that led to more vegetation on the preserve, quickly followed by drought, which meant that some of the vegetation died. So there was a buildup of vegetation and then dead vegetation. And so we increased our vegetation management in removing some of that excess dead vegetation. And we did get some additional resources to do that, but it wasn't the beginning of our vegetation management. More importantly, what the data show is that even though our vegetation trimming as a reflection of information coming from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the U.S. Geological Survey, even though our vegetation management has increased over the past few years, based on data using consistent agency-approved methodologies, PPM is decreasing. So there is that opposite correlation there. And third, genetics. I am not a Pacific pocket mouse geneticist, and to know more, you should talk more with Dr. Deborah Shire. But I am a geneticist, and I feel compelled to just say something to provide some more information about the city's comments about genetics. First of all, some context. Small populations of wildlife typically have small levels of genetic diversity. That's not unusual. All three populations of Pacific pocket mouse have probably less than desirable genetic diversity. And the San Diego Zoo has been working on that for years. We have contributed mice from the Dana Point population for their captive breeding program to serve two purposes. First of all, so they can multiply mice and help introduce them to new locations so that there's more populations of Pacific pocket mouse. Some of those founder mice came from Dana Point. We've been very cooperative. A second reason for their work at the zoo is to find a way to provide some mice back, not just at Dana Point, but probably the other preserves too, in a way that could enhance the genetic diversity. But you can't just throw mice out there. As city staff mentioned, there are differences between the populations genetically. And if you just threw mice out there from one of the other two populations, there could be bad consequences because they differ genetically. And that's even called, it's got a name to it. It's called outbreeding depression. So the zoo has been responsibly and reasonably working on a breeding program where they can cross mice in such a way that eventually they could have mice, and I think they're getting close, to put back out at Dana Point that wouldn't cause that bad effect, but would reasonably and responsibly increase genetic diversity. And we've been very supportive and collaborative in that. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now I will turn to our staff and ask if they would like to respond to any issues raised. Ms. Hagee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. First of all, I just would respond quickly to the city suggested that we quote unquote continue this matter several times. I note that unlike permit matters, there's no right of postponement. And even if there were a right of postponement for enforcement matters, they're not a party to it. And so, but more significantly, we're heading into the most delicate time for the mouse. The whole reason we rushed and tried to get it on this month is because we're in the middle of their breeding season and we want to get the protection in place as quickly as possible. And everyone keeps saying that delay has been, people are pointing fingers at each other about what the cause of the delay is. We don't want to be a part of that cause of the delay. We want to get this going as quickly as possible. And we want to get the expeditious consideration of the CDP to set the formal hours. And that goes to the city. And we want to get this before the city as quickly as possible. In response to Mr. Kaufman's presentation, he raised a number of issues, most of which were addressed either in the staff report or the addendum prepared over the weekend and posted on our website on Tuesday. We would note that the whole matter boils down to some fairly small and simple issues. The city confirms their support for the protection of the pocket mouse, which we're thrilled about, and urges that this issue should be addressed in a CDP. Not only do we agree with these two fundamental issues, the record reflects years of staff research into these issues and staff efforts to find a resolution to do just those two things. Moreover, the proposed orders before you today would not only support, but compel those two outcomes. We are a little mystified by some of the issues raised, but we're confident that what we're proposing today in this settlement addresses both of these issues in a way that the city and others should all hopefully strongly support. We recognize the important role of the city under their LCP and look forward to working with them through the CDP process. While we realize Mr. Kaufman has raised a number of collateral issues, and we've responded to them and will further in a moment, the big picture is simply that. We are seeking a way to avoid extinction of endangered species, protect public access, and work with all parties to comply with the LCP and the Coastal Act. Having said that, I'll turn it over quickly to Deputy Chief Counsel Alex Halprin, who's going to address some of the legal issues. Alex?
Thanks. Yeah, I'd like to address 3 legal issues raised by the city, and then, of course, happy to answer questions about them after we finish our response. The first is the Commission's jurisdiction under the present circumstances. The second is once I've established that you have jurisdiction to issue a cease and desist order, I want to address the Commission's ability to require development as part of that cease and desist order, and the consequent relationship between the CDP process that's underway at the city and this process. And then third, I want to address the relationship between today's action and the ongoing judicial process. So first, in terms of jurisdiction, the city argues that the Commission lacks jurisdiction because this is an LCP certified area and the city is already taking action. To understand this issue, you have to bear in mind that the Commission has several enforcement tools at its disposal: the cease and desist orders, the penalties, recording notices of violation against properties, and more. And also that there are two different violations at issue in this case. The city's arguments consistently conflate those two separate violations. Commission staff is suggesting that the Commission use different tools to respond to each of the different violations at issue here. The first set of violations involves CNLM's changes to the operating hours for the trail in 2020 and 2021. With respect to those violations, we're only recommending that the Commission invoke its penalty authority. The city refers to jurisdictional limitations in LCP certified areas that require some coordination with the local government, but those limitations are in the sections authorizing cease and desist orders, not penalties. Since we're only recommending that the Commission issue a CDO related to those, since we aren't recommending that the Commission issue a CDO related to these violations, those jurisdictional limitations are irrelevant to this first set of violations. The other type of violation at issue involves CNLM's failure to satisfy the affirmative obligation that it complete the review process to formally establish operating hours for the trail. In response to that violation, we are recommending that the Commission issue a cease and desist order, but for that violation, the jurisdictional prerequisites have been satisfied. The Commission staff asked the city to take enforcement action with respect to that particular violation, and the city failed to do so. Yes, the city initiated litigation, but that was for the other violation. The city has made clear in its pleadings and its letters that its litigation is not designed to address CNLM's failure to complete the permitting process. The complaint is about the restriction on the hours, and the city sought and obtained an injunction re-expanding those hours, but it made no attempt to compel CNLM to go through the permit process as part of that litigation. And as we noted in the addendum, the city attorney has expressly stated that their litigation is only about reverting the hours and penalizing CNLM for its past actions, not about compelling future compliance with permitting. Finally, although the city notes that CNLM has now taken steps to obtain a CDP and thus satisfy the mandate in the LCP, the city's processing of that application is a reactive process, mandated by law in response to the submittal of the application. It's not an enforcement process. Moreover, that permitting process doesn't compel anything. An applicant can always withdraw an application or obtain a permit but not exercise it. Thus, the city isn't taking any enforcement action with respect to the central violation that is at issue in the proposed cease and desist order, despite Commission staff's explicit request that it do so in our February 23rd letter, and that leaves the Commission free to do so. Turning to the second issue, authorizing development in a cease and desist order, Mr. Kaufman argued that the proposed orders would improperly operate like CDPs by authorizing development, thereby supplanting the permitting process. In fact, there's nothing improper or unusual about a Coastal Act cease and desist order authorizing development. The Coastal Act provision that empowers this Commission to issue CDOs, Public Resources Code Section 30810, says that these orders can require, says that these orders can be subject to terms requiring, quote, immediate removal of any development or material. And Section 30106 defines development to include removing any materials. So it's simple logic. Removing materials counts as development. CDOs can require the removal of materials. Therefore, CDOs can necessarily require development. But removal is just an example listed in Section 30810B. More generally, that section allows cease and desist orders to be, quote, subject to terms, such terms and conditions as the Commission may determine are necessary to ensure compliance with this subdivision. That broad authorization is designed to allow the Commission to include whatever requirements you reasonably deem to be necessary. In addition, the basic authorization for this order, Section 30810A, authorizes the Commission to issue orders to enforce any requirements of a certified LCP, excuse me, and setting operating hours for the trail that protect the pocket mouse is a requirement of the LCP. Thanks. The order we're proposing would authorize the minimum amount of development necessary to ensure compliance with the Act as implemented through the LCP. It would only authorize a modest reduction in operating hours and only until the CDP process is completed. nor is taking enforcement action in conflict with the local CDP review process and any associated CEQA process. The two paths aren't mutually exclusive or even in tension. The main requirement of the proposed orders, as others have noted, is to prompt the CDP process and to ensure that it continues to move along, as it has been pending for well over a year now and seems to be at a stalemate. But until it does, having some set of operating hours is necessary, and we're merely proposing to make the hours that make the most sense given the information currently available, consistent with the language of the LCP, the easement, and the Coastal Act policies protecting coastal resources, including things like endangered species residing in the coastal zone, rather than just relying on whatever hours happen to have been chosen in 2009. Finally, I want to address the court order. The city argues that the proposed orders would interfere with the ongoing judicial process and that it's inconsistent with the court's order. Neither is true. First, the orders before you today would not be inconsistent with the court's order. The court found that CNLM, quote, changed the hours of the preserve, unquote, in June of 2021, and that constituted development that required Coastal Act authorization. We agree. But the court didn't set new hours of 7 a.m. to sunset as a substantive decision about how to address the resource impacts. In fact, doing so would have been in direct conflict with the court's finding that setting hours is development, so it requires a Coastal Act administrative process to review the evidence, apply the resource protection policies, and then set appropriate hours. Instead, the court just reverted to the operating hours to the status quo that it was told had existed prior to the COVID-19 disruption. The problem with that is that those hours had been set without any Coastal Act authorization as well. So while the court reverted to the only prior set of operating hours that were documented, those hours suffer from the same limitation. And the point of this order is to provide the sort of Coastal Act administrative process that the court was demanding. The orders do that in two ways. First, they spur the permitting process, and second, they impose interim hours through the enforcement process, consistent with the language that I mentioned at the beginning in 30810B. The orders also require the parties to go back through the judicial process to harmonize the court order with these orders. That's in section 4.4 of the proposed orders. So for that reason as well, the orders also wouldn't interfere with the judicial process. The city only points out that the penalty provisions in the Coastal Act the city also points out that the penalty provisions in the Coastal Act prevent CNLM from being subject to both judicial and administrative penalties. But that prohibition can be effectuated just as easily by ceasing the judicial penalty process as by ceasing today's process. And it should make no difference to the city which process proceeds, as the penalty money goes to the VRA in either case, so the choice has no impact on the city. In sum, the prohibition against dual penalties does not prevent this action, and we've designed the orders to be consistent with the court's approach, including by requiring the parties go back through the court to make that clear. And that concludes my comments. Yeah.
Through their chair. One more comment here from us. The city says a strongly worded letter to CNLM to complete the process of the CDP is what's required. This consent agreement is that strongly worded letter and more. You have the order, Appendix A of the staff report, Section 2.1. That is the requirement for CNLM to obtain authorization for trail hours. This is a provision of the consent agreement with deadlines and actually stipulated penalties to ensure compliance. What's different from what the city is requesting in the consent agreement is that consent agreement also requires interim hours while the CDP process is being sorted out, and thus provides some protection for the pocket mouse in the meantime. That is a very critical difference from the perspective of the survival of the pocket mouse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing and I'll bring it back to the commission for our deliberations. Who would like? Okay, Commissioner O'Malley.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to thank the staff, enforcement staff, for all the work on this. I think it's, I'm going to be supportive, and I appreciate it. Also, the folks who showed up today to speak in favor. The one question I had is, going back and look at the previous closures, whether it's 2 or 3 days, and I know we landed at 4. How did we get to 4 instead of maybe 3, which we actually had some evidence of in the past? So I'm just kind of, was that just part of that negotiation, or where did we get to the 4 days?
Right. the data supports, and the CDFW has asked for a total closure during the breeding season. What the LCP policies envision is a more balanced approach. So what we're recommending here is to provide that valuable public access, but still give the pocket mice some rest days where they can recover. Those are essential according to ecology staff and the scientific community, as well as pull back some of those hours, the twilight hours, to reduce disturbance during low light hours, which when the pocket mouse is known to be active.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Nodoff.
Thank you, and I appreciate a full airing of the issues here. I want to just reflect a sense of urgency because breeding season is upon us, and I appreciate that the parties have worked together to come to something that we could get going now, while still allowing the coastal development permit process to work out. As I listened to the testimony from the city, I was scratching my head. It's kind of like, what part of yes don't you understand? This is allowing the coastal development permit process to go forward. There's no preemption. The coastal development permit process can look at genetic rescue. It can look at vegetation management. It can look at the hours. These are interim hours. So if there's a legitimate coastal development permit process that has the normal back and forth between the applicant and the local jurisdiction, those issues can be resolved. And that's what you're hearing in a very, well thought out, legally based process from the Coastal Commission. So I appreciate that there's more to be done to figure out what is the best way to protect these species going forward and to allow reasonable recreational use. It's a beautiful area. My husband grew up in the area. My kids visited their grandparents very often in this area when they were growing up, and I appreciate the value there. And I hope that with this, I would hope that the city would take this action in the spirit that it's intended, which is to let's get to resolution here. Let's use the Coastal Act processes that we have that are in place to get to a longer term management plan. But in the meantime, at least for the next few months, while breeding season is upon us, we'll have a little bit of breathing room. I mean, these are issues that we are dealing with, whether it's sea lions in La Jolla Cove or other species along the California coast. There are certain times of the year that species are more sensitive. And I think this seems like a reasonable compromise that we hope that the city would take it in the spirit that it's intended to, respect your jurisdictional authority while working with the state laws that we're responsible for ensuring get implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks. Mr. Willis, did you just say that CDFW was recommending a total closure at least during breeding season?
CDFW has recommended as the most protective measure closure during the breeding season. They're supportive of this action in order to put the interim hours in place. Again, those are interim hours to put a measure of protection in place right away, as the long-term authorization is determined through the CDP process, and that will determine what the final hours will be.
I mean, I have to say I'm not comfortable with the extent of the opening. I find CDFW to be pretty, they don't just recommend things or suggest things out of the blue. They do it based on an extreme amount of expertise. If their feeling is that closure during the breeding season is what's required to permit recovery of the species, or at least survival of the species, I have concerns about the extent of the opening hours. And I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, but I'm concerned about it, I'll just say. I don't know if you have a response to that, but.
Well, we're concerned as well. I think the way we're approaching this is we want to get the interim hours in place. Again, these are temporary hours. Get them in place as soon as possible for the breeding season. What the final resolution will be, whether it's closure during the breeding season, I think that we can flesh that out during the CDP process. So that's how we've set this up. We think that provides some safeguards.
What's the monitoring going to be during this interim period?
The monitoring will be pursuant to the there's an interim plan, trail plan. So for trail access and vegetation management, that plan will be submitted by CNLM for staff to review. We can address what the appropriate monitoring is through review and approval of the plan in that process.
Okay, well, I mean, in my mind, one of the goals seems to be for people to get out there at sunset. So we're completely restricting that so that doesn't happen at all. I mean, in my mind, and I will just put this out to my colleagues, it would make sense to have it open for 2 days, but allow it to remain open until sunset. I don't know how disturbing that would be to the pocket mouse, but we'll reduce the during the week access completely. And then on the weekend, it would allow the 2 days that people could stay to sunset. Because I just think that's where the pressure point is, as this as a sunset viewing area. So by completely cutting that off, I'm concerned we're going to get a lot of public backlash. So, that's kind of where I am right now, for what it's worth. I don't know if CDFW, do you have anybody from CDFW that can participate here? Or is it?
We can see if Aaron Wilson's still available.
Also, that could just be my perspective, and maybe it's not shared by my colleagues.
Yes, we have Aaron on Zoom. Let me go ahead and unmute, promote the panelists.
Okay, so maybe they could respond to that.
I'm just waiting for them. Aaron, if you can unmute yourself. There you go.
Yep, I'm here. So I didn't hear I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure, my question is, I'm concerned that the pressure point here at this location is the sunset, and that by having it open till 4 p.m. on the 4 days, it's just going to create a lot of pressure from the public and use. So, and I'm also concerned about having it open at all, but given what staff is recommending and trying to find some kind of a compromise, in my mind it would be, I'm curious from a Fish and Wildlife perspective, how damaging would it be to have less days but have it open through sunset? Is that sunset period so critical to the survival of the species you really need to have it closed during that period?
So we do think that time around dawn and dusk is really critical.
Okay.
They are active at that time.
So you think it would be better to have the 4 days but limit it to 4 p.m., 8 to 4 p.m., versus 2 days where people could be out there for the sunset?
I think the limited hours is more important.
Okay, so then I'll support the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. And I think there's 1,000 ways to solve this issue, and we can all iterate. But the fact is, I personally don't believe this plan's going to work, and I'll share why. The impact is still going to be there. When we saw the map that was put up by the folks who are caretaking the property now, we saw how impactful human activity was through the entire region around the U, that shape. I'm worried that the impact of those footsteps, given the larger inner ear, everything we heard, is going to continue to happen, regardless of what your attempts may be to mitigate. And to go to the other extreme to a full closure, I feel like that would be even worse, because you're not going to stop a public who wants to be on this property from accessing it. I live in a place like that. There's a lot of places people said, oh, no one should be there, let's just fence it off. They get more used with less oversight because community climbs gates, cuts holes in fences. They find a way in if they want to be there. You have to manage it. I'm okay supporting this today if we put an agreement that it come back in 2 years with additional monitoring data, because I personally don't think we're going to see the trend that we want to see. If I got to be king for a day sitting up here, what I would do is cut that trail in half, not make it a U from the parking lot all the way down to the edge, so daily, so folks could go down and enjoy the sunset from a viewing area, one way in, one way out, not a U. And if you look at that same map that was put up with that sort of heat map signature of what foot traffic does, that whole upper half of the property then would see no impact and be better habitat. That's my personal opinion sitting here today, and that's a better balance, in my opinion. So again, looking at this, I don't think this is the right solution. Am I willing to let it go for today to say, give it a shot, but I want to see it back with data, because I don't want to say, hey, this solved it, let's move on. Maybe. But big picture is, do I think it's going to work? Just being blunt, sitting up here as the gentleman who commented, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a pocket mouse expert, I'm not a pocket mouse breeder, I'm not a geneticist. I'm just somebody looking at a problem that I'm familiar with and think there's a better way forward today. But if this is where we want to go, I'm okay with it for now.
To Commissioner Lopez's point, we think we have that requirement in place. Maybe it doesn't look exactly the same, but we have the requirement that CNLM obtain the coastal development permit within 1 year of issuance of the consent agreement. In that, we see in that coastal development permit, there'll be those monitoring requirements, and then adaptive management pursuant to those, to the monitoring. So we think we have that covered. And so we wanted to point out that there is the requirement to get the CDP within a year, and we can work on the adaptive management through that process.
Just a related question. Just through the CDP process, the alignment of the trail could also be part of the discussion in the CDP process.
Okay, well, I'll make my comments. I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues is support for going forward with the proposal today, and I am in agreement with that. I think, it's almost like the theme of this hearing this week has been balance, and I think that's what we have tried to strike here, understanding the critical importance of finding some sort of protection for this absolutely amazing little mouse that is so desperately endangered, while also understanding our responsibilities around access. And I think that we have found, our staff has worked so hard to find the right balance and the way to get us to the CDP process, which is where we really need to go. So I appreciate that was drawn out in this conversation, that 1 year requirement. That is where so much of the work that we're talking about is really going to happen. And to have the interim protections that we do have is critical. And I think the right balance was struck. But I am very hopeful to see what will come before us, or to watch the hearing that comes before us a year from now. Because just what a beautiful little mouse who really does need us. So I will look to my colleagues for the motions, if anyone's prepared to make them.
I have the motion here. I move that the commission issue sorry, I have to move that guy. I move that the commission issue consent cease and desist order number CCC-26-CD-02 to CNLM pursuant to the staff recommendation, and request a yes vote.
Second. That's a motion by Commissioner Nodoff, a second by me. We're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, motion carries.
Okay, I move that the commission find that CNLM's institution of unpermitted trail hours described in the associated findings is in violation of the public access provisions of the Coastal Act, and that the commission impose an administrative civil penalty pursuant to the staff recommendation. Request a yes vote.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Nodoff. I seconded. We're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Motion 3, please.
I move that the Commission find that CNLM's noncompliance with obligations of the LCP described in the associated findings is in violation of various provisions of the Coastal Act, including but not necessarily limited to provisions protecting environmentally sensitive habitat areas, and that the Commission impose an administrative civil penalty pursuant to the staff recommendation. Requesting a yes vote.
I'll second. Motion by Commissioner Nodoff. I seconded. We're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? The motion carries. Okay, thank you to everyone. This was a really important conversation and appreciate all the work that went into it. Okay, so that brings us to the end of our agenda for today. I want to thank our team at AGP. You guys are awesome. Thank you to our amazing staff, as always. This was a great month, and really looking forward to seeing everyone next month in Gonzales. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.